suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night it no be cheap. It's once again everybody be fair. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chopper. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we be Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we be Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring ya. You will be Mugu, I be the master. When do you go play one? Then we say that you style. When countryman do you go? You know the shot. All I kill and die. Whatever you go back is greedy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my terrapo, I will show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. Mugu, I be the master. Now me be the master, oh.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. You be the Mugu, I be the master. You all know what the format is already by now. Pardon me. Pardon me. So you be the Mugu, I be the master. And that is the natural order of life. It doesn't work any other way. Any other way, then it is an issue. Then there's tension all the way through. So if you are the Mugu and I am the master, then natural order is maintained. So you be the Mugu and I be the master. Good day to you, good to be. By the way, I say that in jest, so nobody's a Mugu here. If there's any Mugu here, it's probably me. Coming out every day to people who don't have the wallet to super chat to the stream. That's a real Mugu right there. Good day to you, good to be your company of that. So as ever now, what seems to be somewhat of a regularity, a micro little afternoon session just to document some of the goings on within the Nigerian landscape. As ever, with the afternoon sessions, we essentially react to media output, usually in the form of an interview that a prominent Nigeria has given. So in this instance, we've been reacting to Emir Sanusi the second. So who was the first? I think it was actually his grandfather that was the Lamido the first, was the Sanusi the first. So I will be reacting to the media outings by Lamido Sanusi the second. So we had a little vignette of this particular interview in yesterday's session, but now we are going to get the full diet, the full buffet, the full feast of just that interaction now. So, but before we get into the session, click on the like button if you would, subscribe if you haven't already, come join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's the first line item in the comment section. Let me resend it. So I don't even need to resend it. It's just the one thing that's showing there at the moment. So click on the like button if you would, subscribe if you haven't already. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's the first line item in the comment section. So click on that if you want to come and join me on the screen. So all of those voices that you hear on a daily basis, all they did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then they're brought into a studio space. And as soon as I finish talking my opening monologues, I was going to say talking my big bullshit, but as soon as I finish my opening monologue, I let you onto the screen. Then I invite conversations from you. So as if you, I especially prefer actually if your political leanings is diametrically opposed to mine, because that then makes for an engaging conversation. So we're rubbing minds then. So if you are aligned with me politically, or your worldview is similar to mine, there's no fun in that. There has to be an element of tension. So if you are opposed to what you perceive to be my political stance, then I'm especially looking to hear from you. So click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come into the studio, come engage with your friend one man. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. You have to super chat towards the stream. There is no room for movement on that space anymore. You have to super chat towards the stream. Even when you are watching and watch back, you can still super thank towards the stream. The sessions now needs to carry their own weight, and you need to be a more contributory participant in the goings on as well. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream, and more importantly, say hello in the comment section so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So all that, let's just get started. So now, this is somewhat of a behind enemy lines sort of media output that we'll be reacting to, because this is coming out of News Central or Central News. It's just this now new platform that has emerged onto the space and landed like a sort of like a bolt out of the blue. So we're reacting to an interaction with News Central between News Central and what's it called, Lamido Sanusi. So we're reacting to an interaction between News Central and Lamido Sanusi. So that's the hub of this particular stream. And News Central, as I said, is a very loss obedient platform. In fact, it's even more pungent, more sharp edged than Arise TV. So this is the killer edge of the obedience space, this platform right here. So they've now invited Lamido Sanusi. So now let's now watch together how that interaction went. So we picked up from here.
Evolving fiscal landscape with a spotlight on tax and policy reform. To Nigeria's economic. It is day 2 of the 31st Nigerian Economic Summit, with discussions around Nigeria's evolving fiscal landscape with a spotlight on tax and policy reform. Now, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Tax and Fiscal Policy Reform, Taiwo Oyedele, delivered an address offering insights into the direction and goals of the reform agenda. Now, Oyedele outlined how the proposed changes.
You know what put me off somewhat is the cheap wig that this lady is wearing. I mean, if she's on this somewhat of a, not even a premier platform, but an upcoming pungent platform, you would have thought she would she would be able to afford a more expensive wig than this. This is as cheap goes in terms of women's wigs.
Aim to simplify Nigeria's tax system and also enhance revenue efficiency and reduce the burden on compliant businesses, as well as relieve pressure on lower income earners. Now, to further this discussion, we want to take a deeper dive, and to do that, we have the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the current Emir of Kano, and that is Mohammed Sanusi II. Your Highness, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you for coming on.
Sorry, apologies. All the way through the introduction, I've been calling him Lamido Sanusi. So it's not Lamido Sanusi, but is it Lamido? Yes, I think Lamido is part of his name. So I withdraw that apology. No, yes. Mohammed Lamido Sanusi.
On compliant businesses, as well as relief pressure on lower income earners. Now, to further this discussion, we want to take a deeper dive, and to do that, we have the former governor.
And by the way, if you feel you have the intellectual acuity to take on this conversation, please come in, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. I know that a lot of you are intimidated. You are too intimidated to come in. Good to see you, Bayo Bay. Yeah, no, can you not see that wig, Bayo? It looks quite cheap, doesn't it? I'm sure your wife and mine, and maybe your daughters as well, wear all these things. So we somewhat know if it's coming out of your wallet, then you should know the quality, and that is a cheap wig right there. But so if anybody feels that they have the intellectual acuity to take on the conversation, come in. I know that a lot of you are intimidated by this space, especially the obedience talk, because they can't come here and propagandize without backing it up with facts, and they don't have the language skill either to take on the space of this caliber. But if you feel especially emboldened, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard.
Proposed changes aim to simplify Nigeria's tax system and also enhance revenue efficiency and reduce the burden on compliant businesses, as well as relief pressure on lower income earners. Now, to further this discussion, we want to take a deeper dive, and to do that, we have the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the current Emir of Kano, and that is Mohammed. I want to take a deeper dive.
So I don't want to fixate on this woman, but she strikes me somewhat. She's a good-looking man, but an average-looking woman. And I'm saying that not to question her sexuality or anything. She's a full female. But if you look at the facial structures, this is the facial. A man is the traditional quotient of looks. The traditional parameters of looks for a man is usually square-faced, and then the traditional quotient for attractiveness for a woman is oval shape. So you see, she was okay from up to the eyes right there, but then this now needs to pivot in this direction and come this way and then come this way. But because she's squared it up that way, she looks more. I'm not going to call her a tranny or whatever, because that's just a cheap shot. But she's an attractive looking man, but an below average looking woman, just because of the facial structurings just because of the structures of her face.
Dive, and to do that, we have the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the current Emir of Kano, and that is Mohammed Sanusi II. Your Highness, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you for coming on to the news this evening. You are no stranger when it comes to Nigeria's economic policy, and you have operated at the topmost level yourself. What specific tax and policy reforms would you propose for Nigeria to address in its evolving fiscal policy?
Thank you very much. Well, look, at the moment, as far as monetary policy is concerned, I have nothing but positive words for what the central bank has done.
Sorry, I'm taking it back a bit because I want to just acknowledge what because that question is quite guided and loaded, and is very direction in the way that she thrust it. So now, let her ask that question first, and then we'll examine that question, and then we'll see how the Emir responds to it.
To further this discussion, we want to take a deeper dive, and to do that, we have the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the current Emir of Kano, and that is Mohammed Sanusi II. Your Highness, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you for coming on to the news this evening. You are no stranger when it comes to Nigeria's economic policy, and you have operated at the topmost level yourself. What specific tax and policy reforms would you propose for Nigeria to?
So she's not asking. So the question again: what tax and policy reforms would you propose for the Nigerian government? So that's how she lands that question. What tax and policy reforms would you propose for um for the Nigerian government? So that's a booby trap right there. So that's an entrapping question because I don't think she's quite cute enough to ask it to entrap, but that's just the thrust of our politics coming out of the obedient cause. But as she's asking that question, but how LIVEl Sanusi attacks that question then is going to also color him. So the government has done a whole raft of policy reforms all the way through all of the sectors within the Nigerian space. They've put in place reformist sort of policies and programs. Access to funds for low to medium industries, access to funds for industrialization, the agricultural policy with the tractors and the synergizing between the Ministry of Agriculture and Water, the tax reforms, the students' loan, the consumer credit, the rehabilitation and construction of all sort of networking of road infrastructure, the improvement in electricity, all of these things, the free floating. So it is now asking him, she rather is now asking him then, what policies are you proposing? So LIVEl Sanusi, he cannot speak outside of what the government is already doing. Because if he speaks outside of what the government is already doing, because she was inviting him, really, she is inviting him to be critical of the government. So if he speaks outside of what the government is already doing, then he would it will undermine himself. It will undermine himself. So she's actually inviting him to undermine himself. So let's now see now how the experienced Emir, a senior person both in royalty and finance, how he navigates that question.
To address in its fiscal, in his evolving fiscal policy.
Thank you very much. Well, look, at the moment, as far as monetary policy is concerned, I have nothing but positive words for what the central bank has done.
So did you hear what the Emir said right there? Look, thank you for having me. I have nothing but praises for the economic stance of the government. Do you know what that means? Shut up your mouth there, you stupid little girl. I wonder, she's almost certainly evil anyway. So shut up your mouth there, you stupid little girl. When they born you, when you want try to they use majority. She wants to use majority for the Emir.
We coming from a background of.
Do you know what majority means? By the way, this is harkening back to days gone by. Back in the day, we used to use phrases like majority. Do you know what that means? Olo majekori. Do you know what that means? Anyway, if you know, you know. He was trying to use majority on the Emir, though.
Very high levels of instability as a result of loose money and uncontrolled growth in money supply. And the central bank has taken the last 1 year is concerned. I have nothing but positive words for what the central bank has done. We come in from a background of very high levels of instability as a result of loose money and uncontrolled growth in money supply. And the central bank has taken the last 1 year to mop up all that money. Interest rates are high, yes, but we have stabilized the exchange rate.
So let me talk to you somewhat about the art of listening. So when you are listening to somebody or engaged in a conversation, you don't actually listen to the words, but you listen to what's being said, because there's quite a little chasm between the words and what is being said, because people speak to the policy, to the language of niceties, but embedded within those niceties, they craft wordings to impact a particular messaging. So you have to listen to what Sanusi is LIVEl Sanusi is saying, the Emir. What the Emir is saying is that coming from where we came from, just 2.5 years there ago, to where we are now is nothing short of miraculous. And that is exactly what he's saying. And by extension, he's also saying then you shouldn't even be speaking to me, because the people in charge of this country, they are supremely smarter than me. That's exactly what it means.
We have pulled back from the brink of total economic collapse. inflation is coming down. It's still at 20%, still very high, but it's coming down from the very high levels of a few years ago. We have built up reserves to over $40 billion. The economy has grown first quarter by more than 3%, second quarter by more than 4%.
You know, I think we should be educating more of these malams, because the ones that turn out right, they always turn out so admirably right, so supremely right. Like Lamido Sanusi, as you're hearing now, and Hassan, who comes on our platform, who graces us with their presence. So if you find there's a brain in the north that needs to be unlocked by education, and Lamido Sanusi, a prime example of that. Our own Hassan, an equal example of that.
And this is the first time in a long time that this economy has been growing faster than the population. For many years, population growth has exceeded GDP growth. And this in a time when oil price has been moderate. So in terms of monetary policy and stability, I have nothing but commendation for the government. On the fiscal side, we have had an improvement in revenue to GDP ratios, an improvement in debt service ratios, a contraction in the deficit, and these are positive steps. But we still have a long way to go. I mean, I would like to see a better look at fiscal expenditure. We're still spending too much money on government, on the cost of governance, too many political appointees, too many officers.
All right. When I was critiquing this particular piece yesterday, I think I may have misheard him. So I thought he was saying the government was spending too much, but what he's actually saying is that the government is spending too much on governance rather than on projects and things that actually impact. So they're spending too much money on themselves, essentially, is what the Emir is saying.
We still have to look at the quality of spending, the value for money, the processes for spending, because if we and the reason is that if we do not improve the quality of spending and put a rein on spending, we're going to continue borrowing. So after saving money from these expensive subsidies, after building up the government balance sheet, you go and
You know, I'm actually disappointed in how the Emir is tackling that question. I was actually in anticipation that he will point his AK-47 at the state governors. So, because the federal government is, yes, you can say they can do a little bit of cost savings. In fact, a lot of cost savings at the federal central level. But in terms of impact on the people, I thought the Emir will focus his AK-47 on the state governors, who seem to have gotten, just because of the hate that the obedient spaces are pushing against the Yoruba space, and especially the presidency, because of the ethnic bow that is coming out of the obedient space at the moment, the state governors seem to be hiding under that. So we've removed the fuel subsidy. They are getting an abundance. They're getting a windfall every single month for every single state governor in Nigeria. It's a lottery win. It's a winning lottery ticket every single month. So what level of impact is that lottery win having on the people within their own domain? That is really why I thought he would point his AK-47, his arrow. But I think he has been corrupted somewhat. Maybe subliminally he's been influenced by the obedient narrative, because he's now launching at the central space.
And spend it, and then you have to borrow again. So we still have some steps to go on the fiscal side, but the first thing was to fix revenue. And I think with the tax reforms and with what we've seen so far, the fiscal side is on its way. The structural reforms take longer. We talk about the power sector. I would like to see that we put a stop to the mass importation of food. I know it was driven by a desire to bring down food prices, but it is in the end very counterproductive to domestic production and domestic producer prices. So hopefully we will get to a point where we go back on track with the reforms in that cultural sector, fixing that cultural value chain, and relying on domestic production to feed the nation. But all in
I'm not sure that I fully agree with the Emir on that. So it's not down to the government to fix the agricultural value chain. What is down to the government is to create that enabling environment. And what environment enables So they go to Brazil and open up a portal in terms of their livestock rearing expertise, and they take along Bago from Niger State, who has vast land and he wants to hinge his own economy on agriculture. They commission these thousands of tractors that are conducive to the Nigerian topography, and then they farm it out to all of the 774 local governments within the country for to boost that agricultural space. They give them subsidized fertilizers, they give them free seed. So all the government needs to do is already doing. So they open up that particular economic ecosystem. So they open up that particular ecosystem. So it's not down to the privateers to come and then build that value economic chain, because the government has invested what they should, but they cannot go from farm to the table, all government assisted. So they open up the landscape for the privateers to come and show their entrepreneurial skills.
In all, I think I would say 70 to 80% of what the government has done and the direction it is on, I support. I do have some reservations about one or two things like the importation of food and the quality of expenditure and the nature of overheads. But I think we're on the right path, and we've got to keep working to get to the destination. But we're coming from a bad place, and we've come very far in the right direction.
Now, there have been talks about diversification of our economy, and you've also preferred solutions whilst you were at the topmost level and even afterwards, when giving public speeches. And you're saying that we're on the right trajectory when it comes to our fiscal policies and direction for our economy. But to diversify Nigeria away from oil, what exactly does the country stand to tackle in doing that? Would it be insecurity? Would it be boosting confidence, investor confidence? What would it be to make Nigeria diversify properly or in depth?
But Nigeria has been away from oil for a long time. I mean, it's a myth. Oil is less than 10% of GDP, maybe less than 5% today. Nigeria is not an oil-dependent country. Government revenues are driven by oil prices. We've got to diversify our exports, and I think we're now having non-oil exports increase because of the exchange rate situation, and we're getting more competitive. We've got to work on the quality of exports and access to markets. If we want to sell Nigerian goods abroad, we've got to make sure they meet the specifications of the consumer, and that requires regulation, it requires controls, it requires certification, and that work needs to be done. But in terms of the GDP, services, financial services, telecommunication services, information technology, education and healthcare, those sectors have grown significantly in the last few decades. So there has been significant diversification of production away from oil. And what we need to do is diversify sources of government revenue and reduce the correlation between oil and non-oil revenue, because we often forget that when oil revenue goes up, we also tend to import more, and we have import duties. And therefore, when oil prices go down, you have a reverse. So reduce that correlation, have more sources with diversifying the tax base, with widening the tax net, with relying more on domestic income and production, you reduce those vulnerabilities.
Now, as we're talking about reducing vulnerabilities, now we've seen the shock effect of the removal of petrol subsidy up until today. And many of us or Nigerians are still very skeptical or unsure whether or not that decision was made too hastily or all at once. In your fair assessment of the...
I wonder where this notion, and by the way, anyway, let me leave this girl alone. So I wonder why they continue on this trap line that the subsidies were removed. And by the way, we're not seeing any super tax coming. We should be saying, no, we're actually going to be insisting on super tax now. Don't be a bunch of freeloaders. Just a bunch of brokers is always watching this platform. Every other platform gets super chat every day. So no, they're still clinging on to that strap line that the fuel subsidy was removed too hastily. The fuel subsidy was not removed too hastily. It needed, they say rip the band-aid off. It needed to have that approach so that it's like a shock effect, isn't it? It's like a shock effect. You just have to do it in one swoop and then try and nurse it to heal. So that's just how it has to be done. If they were removing the subsidies in stages, it would have been truncated and frustrated by the corruption spaces within the Nigerian paradigm. So they needed to act in exactly the manner that they acted. So, and by the way, when they were asking Peter Obi in the debates around the election time, etc., he was telling us then that he will remove the oil subsidy, the fuel subsidy immediately. He said the whole thing was corruption, but probably the only true thing that he's ever said in his political career.
The implications of removing the fuel subsidy, would you say that that Nigeria has done, or the government have done so far so well, so good when it comes to mitigating the impact on the vulnerable population of Nigeria?
There's a kind of poetic justice here. When I was governor of Central Bank in 2011, we advised the president to remove fuel subsidies. Subsidies were removed, and some people went on demonstration, Occupy Nigeria, opposed it, and now they're in government and they've had to do it because that is the reality. Those subsidies needed to go. What the president did was absolutely necessary. And my experience with these things is, if you say you're going to remove subsidies gradually in this country, the vested interests and those who have profited from subsidy would make it difficult for you to complete it. Even with the President Jonathan, when we started, the negotiations were with Labour, where we would remove 50% of the subsidies and then remove the rest later. But once we took that first step, that was the end. So the decision to remove the subsidy, yes, it was shocking, and it was a shock treatment, shock therapy. It would have disruptive effects. But if it had not been done when it was done, I don't think it would have been done at all. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we have always known that if you remove the subsidies, you're going to have inflation, you're going to have an impact on the poor and vulnerable. But what was...
Sorry. The real question is, should Tinubu have removed that subsidy in the manner that he did or not, both on the fuel and the exchange rate? So that's the question. If the answer is yes, then you cannot really quibble with what is going on in the country at the moment. You cannot have the expectation that Tinubu will remove the two spaces, the two life plugs that keeps the Nigerian space afloat, or even though it's corruption infested, you cannot expect that he would remove those two spaces, the fuel subsidy and the arbitrage on the exchange rate. You cannot expect that he would do those two things and it would not impact on the country and the populace and prices. You have to be completely retarded. You have to be stupid beyond belief to hold the thought that it will do those two things and it will not impact on the populace. So it will impact on the populace, but what did he do? What measures did he have in place to palliate that impact? That is really where the question is. And I will consider also that he did not do sufficiently enough in terms of palliatives to palliate that removal of those subsidies. So it didn't do sufficient enough, especially around food prices. So it can let everything else go free market, but it should have insulated hunger. So that's the one thing. That's the barest minimum. People have to be able to eat and afford food. So that's just the barest minimum. So that I think he made a mistake there. If he did that, then it shall open the portal for importation of food or whatever as it ramps up. Now, we're doing that now latterly, and we're seeing the prices of food drop drastically. But it should have done that in tandem with removing those subsidies, because there was sufficient enough in the savings to insulate that space.
The alternative, you had reached a point where we had finished using our revenues. We were now borrowing to pay subsidy. We had gotten to a point, if you remember, in 2023, where 100% of government revenue was going to service debt. The country was bankrupt.
I don't think people quite remember that. we had gotten to a point at the tail end of the Buhari administration where even 120% of the country's revenue was just to service debts. Or the totality of our income was servicing debt, and we were borrowing additionally to service debt. When was this? This was 2.5 years ago. This was the economy. You remember when Emefiele changed the Naira and you were buying Naira in order to spend money. You were buying money. This was the Nigeria of 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. This is where we're coming from to get to where we are now. So they call that perspective. But then, of course, I don't think the obedience space especially care about anything. In fact, they're just on a journey of ethnic jingoism.
Where were we going to pay the subsidy from? We were on the brink of economic collapse. The Naira was on a free fall. So the idea of liberalizing the Naira, tightening money, removing the subsidy to stabilize the economy pulled us back from the brink. Think of Venezuela under Chavez. Think of Zimbabwe under Mugabe. Think of Uganda under Idi Amin. This is where we were headed if we had not pulled back from the brink. So there is a lot of pain, there's a lot of suffering, but what I say is that the pain and suffering would have been much, much worse if we had continued, because ultimately those subsidies would have to go. If we had done this 10 years ago, 15 years ago, this pain would not have been what it was. When I was saying we should do it in 2011, 2012, if it had been done at that time, we would not have gone through this.
Right.
We continued for another 13 years, okay? And I don't think we could have continued for 2 or 3 more years.
Your Royal Highness, you said that Nigeria is not an oil-dependent economy, but most of its government revenue and foreign exchanges still come from crude oil exports, even though...
That's not true. Most of the government's revenue comes from taxation and licensing and fees. But the foreign exchange, almost exclusively, a good abundance of it comes from crude export. But that's not actually factually true. What's this lady boy is? Should we call her a lady boy? Is that too cruel? Okay, what that lady is saying right there.
And suffering would have been much, much worse if we had continued, because ultimately those subsidies would have to go. If we had done this 10 years ago, 15 years ago, this pain would not have been what it was. When I was saying we should do it in 2011, 2012, if it had been done at that...
We are still not seeing any super tax come through, by the way. We need to be seeing those super tax come through.
That time, we would not have gone through this.
Right.
We continued for another 13 years, okay? And I don't think we could have continued for 2 or 3 more years.
Your Royal Highness, you said that Nigeria is not an oil-dependent economy, but most of its government revenue and foreign exchanges still come from crude oil exports, even though oil contributes only a small share to its overall GDP. And to that effect, and to that, while we're...
Is that not it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Within the space of a 1 minute speech, she asserts and contradicts herself in just the same breath. She tells us that, oh, Emma, you say that the abundance of our money doesn't come from oil, but it comes from oil, but and other revenues, even though oil is just a small portion of it. So that is to then confirm what the Emir said. Listen to her again.
In 2011, 2012, if it had been done at that time, we would not have gone through this.
Right.
We continued for another 13 years, okay? And I don't think we could have continued for 2 or 3 more years.
Your Royal Highness, you said that Nigeria is not an oil-dependent economy, but most of its government revenue and foreign exchanges still come from crude oil.
So most of its government revenue and foreign exchange still comes from crude oil. That's what she said. And almost in that breath, she contradicts herself. This is just the desperation of disobedient space.
Exports, even though oil contributes only a small share to its overall GDP. And to that...
Most of its revenue comes from oil exports, even though oil contributes only a small percentage of its revenue. Anyway, we carry on.
That effect, and to that, while we're bearing that at the back of mind, we saw that the display or the kind of events that happened over the week, Dangote Refinery and Pegasan, with the dispute of employment or the I think the retirement or the entrenchment of about 800 plus employees from Dangote Refinery and the action strike that Pegasan had to take. What's your position on a turn of events that happened all through last week, and now we've seen the cues regarding the price of gas, cooking gas at the filling stations?
Okay, so I mean, I'm one of a number of Nigerians who just issued a statement on this matter. First of all, let me say that what's happening with Dangote is very sad because it sends the wrong signals to investors, local and international. The Dangote refinery is a strategic national investment. To have a Nigerian invest over $20 billion in this economy, to have any individual invest $20 billion in this economy is, at this time when people have seen Nigeria as bad news, is something that we should all comment and something we should gather around. Secondly, if you look at the problems of the Nigerian economy on the fiscus, before the refinery came on stream, the bulk of those problems had to do with the petroleum sector. Our refineries were not working. We're an all-producing country that was importing petroleum products. In addition to importing petroleum products and draining our foreign exchange, we had huge corruption and huge scams in the subsidy regime. I lost my job in the central bank because I was pointing out these leakages. Now, the refinery disrupts a business model for rent seekers. And that is why it will face opposition. It is not about rights. It is not about the economy. It's about people who see the model they've had for 30, 40 years suddenly disappearing. People have made billions of money from this business, claiming they imported petrol that they never imported, claiming money from NNPC as subsidy, and in an opaque manner, in a manner that has not been audited, in a manner where nobody sees. Now that model is disappearing. We're now going to be a net exporter of petroleum products. We're going to produce our petroleum products locally. We're not importing. We are going to save our foreign exchange and actually add to the foreign exchange through our exports. Now, no patriotic Nigerian should get in the way of that refinery. I don't know the details of the conflict between him and the unions. What I know is that joining a union is a voluntary thing. If a driver wants to join a union, then he should go and work for a company that allows its drivers to join unions. If a driver chooses not to be part of a union and work for Dangote, he should go and work for Dangote. I don't think anyone should stop a private company. If you have a private school and you say these are your fees, if people cannot pay those fees, they go to a school where they've got lower fees. You can't tell people that who have invested privately that they should subject their business to the whims and caprices of a union. I think it is wrong. I think it is unfair, and I think to threaten the entire country.
So that's an elitist perspective right there. The elites, they always are virulently opposed to unionism.
With a strike over a matter between a union and a private company is the most irresponsible thing I've seen as far as the economy is concerned. I would urge Dangote to make sure that whatever he does is lawful, that all rights of members of his staff are respected, their constitutional rights are not violated. But I completely align with the position of the Vice President and the federal government that we cannot allow this investment to be at risk, and we cannot allow this refinery to be shut down. We need it as a country. We need to protect it.
Right. As we're talking about the economy of the nation, one has to ask about your position on the view that that the Nigeria's economy is taking a turn for the better as a result of President Bola Tinubu's policies. And one would say it's Tinubu-nomics. We also have seen Director General of the World Trade Organization, and that's former Nigeria's Finance Minister Ukonjo-Iweala, testifying to these turnaround of these policies.
It was actually because Madam Ngozi came out that Emir Sanusi is coming out now. He just wanted to add a voice to that particular conversational space.
What's your view on that? Would you agree that we're on a path to prosperity?
Look, I think any honest economist will understand that this is correct. First of all, they've done in large part what we have been calling for in the last 10 years, making sure that we have a stable exchange rate, making sure that we get inflation under control, making sure that we rebuild our reserves and buffers in the event of a.
And by the way, all these things that Lamido Sanusi is listing, it did not happen organically. It did not happen by magic. It is all this good stuff, all this applause that Lamido Sanusi is giving. It did not happen by osmosis. It happened as a result of deliberate policies and actions taken by this particular government.
In large part, what we have been calling for in the last 10 years, okay? Making sure that we have a stable exchange rate, making sure that we get inflation under control, making sure that we rebuild our reserves and buffers in the event of a global shock, okay? Providing the stability that is a foundation for investments. I am not saying that we are already at our destination. There's still a long way to go. And I've said that there's still some things that have not been done. There's some things that are probably being done wrongly or that could be done better. But in terms of the big questions and the big issues, I think he's taken the economy by the scruff of the neck. Removing the subsidy and liberalizing the exchange rates was extremely timely. And the central bank has been able to catch up and bring the economy back. Now, the numbers are there. The GDP growth in the first quarter was 3.13%, I think. In the second quarter, it was over 4%. And as I said earlier, this is the first time in a long time that population growth has fallen behind GDP growth, which means we can expect to see some improvement in per capita GDP. Now, 4% growth is not going to take us where we want to go. We need to aim for.
Do you understand what he just said there? The population growth has fallen behind the GDP growth. So that is to tell you that we can see an improvement, a positive improvement in per capita income. So do you know what per capita income is? Per capita income is the net worth of the economy vis-a-vis the population. So let's say, for instance, you have a household of 5 people and you had £100 budget. So that £5, it goes to £20 to each person. So that's the thing. But if you had a household of 10 people, and let's say you had a household of 5 people and you had a £200 budget, then each person gets let me use the last one that I just did. If you had a household of 5 people and you had a £100 budget, everybody gets £20. If you had a household of 10 people and you still had that £100 budget, then everybody gets £10. So that is the per capita income, the net worth of the country vis-a-vis the population. So if the economy is growing faster than the population, then the per capita income improves. What is budgetable to each individual Nigerian increases as a result of the economy growing faster than the population. And that is the rudimentary understanding of what Lamido Sanusi, the Emir, is saying.
For double-digit growth, we need to go for 10%, 11%, 12% year on year for us to really deal with poverty. But at least we have turned the corner. Now we've got to think of all the structural bottlenecks that we have and how you unlock them. Infrastructure, electricity, technology, the productivity of our agriculture, education, especially in these days of artificial intelligence, and good healthcare. If we can do those things, I think, and I'm not talking about Tinubu or this government. I'm not a politician. You know me. I'm just saying things as they are.
Your Royal Highness, I must say thank you for taking out the time to join us this evening. But before I let you go, I do have to ask about, these policies and how they can translate very quickly, because at the core of it is the common man, which is Nigerian on the streets, and the informal sector is still struggling to see those effects. When will they happen anytime soon, at least just for layman terms, as our viewers are watching from home?
No, I mean, every economic crisis comes with hardship. And there's a viral video that went round of me, I think in 2011 or 2012, when I was talking about subsidy. And I did say that when we have a crisis, we're going to suffer. This is exactly what we're trying to avoid. We are paying the price for many years of mismanagement. And of course, not just mismanagement. You remember we had COVID, we've had banditry, we've had insecurity, and you add to that bad economic management. So there will be pain. And the government.
So that was a criticism of the Buhari administration right there, which has been singularly the worst administration, worse than Abacha, worse than who was the worst one? I think Abacha was the worst one, worse than Abacha, worse than Goodluck Jonathan, worse than all of them combined. The Buhari administration. It was essentially a Fulani steal for 8 years. The Fulani just came to steal for 8 years, and that was all that. They just robbed everything and wanted to collapse the country, and that's what Lamido Sanusi said.
Government needs to do whatever it can to alleviate that pain, provide the palliatives, deal with the cost of food, deal with healthcare, deal with education. And this is a responsibility of government at the federal level, at the state level, at the local government level. I don't think there is anyone that would deny that. But the reality is, if we had not had these policies, we would have been in a much worse situation. I mean, you could continue, rubbing the balm. It's like you're ill and you keep taking Panadol, but you don't treat the underlying sickness. So we could have continued printing money, paying salaries, going on as if it was business as usual, borrowing and spending, until you get to a point where you go bankrupt. Where your lenders are no longer lending to you, and then where you lose control of the economy. I think what they have done is to stop us from going over the abyss, and that is, for me.
That word is actually abyss, not abyss. In spite of all of his British education, the Fulani intonation is still there.
What I commend them for. I'm not saying they're perfect. I'm not one of those who says, oh, everything the government has done is perfect. No, I think there are things where there are areas of improvement, and I think there are cultures that we need to change around spending, around transparency, that are legacy issues that have continued that we have to address, because reform has to go, not just, it can't be just financial. You've got to have an ethical revolution. You've got to have a cleanup. You've got to have good governance. Institutions have to have credibility.
Right.
The individuals who are in leadership have to have credibility, and these are all part of the reforms. And we'll continue to speak, to say what we think is right and what we think needs to be improved. It's up to them to listen.
Your Royal Highness, I must say thank you for taking out the time.
All right, so that was the Emir right there. I was going to abandon it after the Emir because nobody has super chatted, but Sunday or Loyede, he comes to the rescue. So going forward, we're not going to be carrying any freeloaders on this platform anymore. We are going to insist that you participate with your wallet with every session. We want to be saying the super chat. To take on the conversation, we go Fatai. The Romeo of Nova Scotia. A national playboy known as Fatai. So what are you making of what Sanusi had to say? There's somewhat of an inevitability to it. It's just really come to confirm what is already playing out in public glare. The policies compounding, the impact being infected, everybody acknowledging the growth. So there's nothing else he could have said other than what he did say.
Actually, I hope I can go very fast because during the day it's usually kind of a little bit tricky.
You have 10 minutes because I'm out by the top of the hour. So carry on.
Me too. So I think we have different areas to look at it from. But one, I don't think you need to get carried away by the interview. What seems like praising the government and the economy or praising the central bank. That's not the reason. Like, I disagree with you when you said he came out because of after Ngozi came out to lend his own voice again. That's not the reason he came out. You have to look at the trail. Okay, so there is a governor, I don't know, I think it's Sule, the name. I don't remember his full name. He's a governor of a state. he came out to be saying the world will be laughing at Nigeria if Dangote refinery, something happens to it or something like that. After that, Ndume came out to say fire by force. So, he almost even said Dangote refinery is bigger than Nigeria. Same thing also Shetima, and now Sanusi, Lamido. So it's a circle of them coming out. It's not because of Ngozi. This is the particular reason they are coming out. They are all coming out because of Naira for crude. That's all. That's the only reason all of them are coming out is Naira for crude. That's all they are saying. So he was talking about, we can talk about a lot of different things. Actually, I don't really have time to talk about Naira for crude. Just I wanted to make that point, So it was because he was talking about domestic production. That is driving. So when they say all these things about domestic production, when they focus on this domestic production, it would have been nice if they are talking about how to drive domestic production. Okay, this is also the reason Buhari destroyed his own economy. Okay, it's the same. Tinubu, look, me, I will say my mind. It doesn't mean anybody needs to take it. It's just my mind. In fact, as a matter of fact, it can be seen as the opinion of one individual, one nonsense boy. It doesn't matter. It's just something I say. Okay, so Buhari said he will focus. It would, on its own, it would be very nice. So they did. You will remember sometimes they were even doing something with rice, there were a lot of things. So they destroyed the whole economy to focus on, basically it was something close to austerity, to focus on domestic production. Okay, to focus on domestic production, everything went down. Okay, all right. So if it's like beer like that, okay, it's all right. We can see everything. Where is the problem? And we look at it and we grow it for local sustainability. And Buhari was lucky in one sense. When COVID came, that seemed to justify his mindset, personally. So Buhari on his own as the president could be right, you understand? Because when COVID happened, so if you had domestic capacity, you had greater chance to survive that problem with COVID-19. So on its own could be right. But what you don't see is what is being pushed. It is this narrative, this good narrative that they were pushing. It is what enabled to open the Central Bank of Nigeria to, by all means. This is one of the biggest problems of the Central Bank of Nigeria. So much money of Nigeria was put into building the Central Bank of Nigeria open up to build the Dangote refinery. And that is all of this narrative is towards that. Okay. And it's all for Naira for crude. Okay. But that is Tinubu's decision. If he wants to do it, he can continue doing it. But I don't have anything more to say about that. But the only thing I would say about, because when this because a lot of things said, I don't really remember them very well. The oil revenue, Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know any crude oil producing country. Even if you wanted to diversify, you don't first ensure you get maximum revenue from the crude oil. But Tinubu is running away from making money from the crude oil. I don't know why though. The first interview that Tinubu gave, maybe the only one, the press thing, he was saying, well, I have been, and even the media, nobody picked it up. It was probably the most significant thing out of that press, that he's not even getting money from the oil, but he's still able to run the government. Okay, but he's not supposed to say that. He's supposed to get money from the oil. Like recently, the NNPC, they did, what do they call this, sharing formula agreement, new one. They signed with Total. And they are totally exempting Total from hydrocarbon tax in the new agreement. And they want to use this. They say their hope is that this will be the template for all other partners of NNPC in this oil production, whatever. Okay, but that seems like a shame. You can build a whole sector out of hydrocarbon tax. Why are you giving away hydrocarbon tax?
Sorry, Fatai. If anybody wants to come in, come in. Come in within the next 5 minutes. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to have to do something for about 10, 15 minutes in a moment. But if anybody wants to come in, come in. Carry on, Fatai.
Yeah. So in respecting that, so I will say, I will only say this: there is nothing wrong in concentrating on domestic production, but it's not to, because Tinubu always say it's a free market. This thing, that naira for crude is not free market. That is intervention in the market, distorting the market by with your own hand. But it's all his problem. Dangote says it's exporting petrol to America. So America has over 100 refineries. They are still importing petrol. So I don't know all these things they are talking about. I wish him good luck, Tinubu, but I don't. If you ask me as a person,
Are you disputing that Dangote is exporting petrol to America?
this is what he said now.
No, but are you
This is
disputing
what
though, because there's an
No,
undertone?
I'm not disputing. You don't. It's not even about dispute. I'm saying take them by their self-report and go to self-report. He's claiming that he's exporting petrol to America. So America, with over 100 refineries, big, small, different types, is still importing petrol. America has capacity to. America is an oil-producing country, crude oil-producing country, with all kind of system, even latest technology, fracking, all kinds of means they produce crude. Not only that, they produce petrol so much they can sustain the whole the American domestic production, petrol production. They can sustain the whole South America, or whatever is in South America or North America, wherever it is. Or certainly they can sustain America and Canada, and with them will be nothing. But yet they are still importing petrol. But you want to kill all the oil sector because you say you have one single refinery. Even leave everything. So you're going to kill the whole sector because you have one single refinery. It is his economy that will suffer it, and his economy is suffering very greatly. Only they are not opening their eyes. The economy is suffering from this strong stuff. You need so much money. Next year, they said taxes will come up. They can get a lot of money out of that area from Nigeria's crude.
Do you
They
see that
don't.
tax? Do you see that tax coming in January? Do you see it as some form of self-sabotage? Because January will be the eve of the elections. The elections come February the following year. So after all this heavyweight that you've put upon the populace, you're going to put an additional heavyweight on top of them just on the cusp of an election. Do you not see that somewhat as self-sabotage?
Of course. The only reason I don't want to talk about the tax situation is because I already talked about Taiwo Idele before, and I don't want to be too much. I don't know him. I don't want to focus on somebody. But of course, but I'm even saying this woman, this point that you made, that built on top of that is that Tinubu administration is dedicated to running away from making money from Nigerian crude oil. This is the one that blows my mind. He doesn't want to make money from the crude oil, the God-given resources. He said he don't want to make effects. He don't need the effects from the crude oil. It's the effects from foreign.
All right. Fatai, you have to engage with Comrade Omorui for a moment. Give me about 10, 15 minutes and I'll be back. Hopefully you guys will still be here.
And Mama, just let me know so I have to dash away as well. I don't. Do you want me to keep it? I mean, I don't want to be. I haven't thought about prospect of moderating, so I don't know. Please.
All right. Ola is here, so you hold it steady. So
Okay.
you guys.
Ola is here. So that is what I wanted to say. So to give somebody else, I mean, there could be a lot of discussions, but I think that because also I also have to run away. So Ola Fana, Ola Baba.
I know too far, but it's only that I disagree with you on that. Your comment on that Dangote refinery. I
Okay.
think
What is the agreement?
I differ.
I know I'm open to difference, so I would like to
Okay,
listen.
you made a submission that they are destroying the oil and gas industry because of Dangote, and that
Yeah,
is where I differ.
they really want to destroy it, but they are on the step. They haven't totally destroyed it, but they are on the step.
They are not okay. Okay, now you need to understand where we are coming from. Okay, we are a country that we already messed with the we were messed with this fuel subsidy scam. That okay, you were realizing $30 billion,
and we don't have it anymore.
Hold on.
Okay.
I will tell you. I will give opinion about it. Okay, we were importing. We were realizing 30 billion just from fuel only, right? From crude oil, and that's a federal revenue. Then we were using 20 billion to service to service subsidy. The subsidy that probably half of those subsidy never got to Nigerians. Now, in the days of this fuel subsidy, don't forget that kerosene subsidy was removed long time ago, and the diesel subsidy were removed long time ago, right? So the only thing that was carrying that subsidy was gasoline, and that gasoline has been where the cabal were fighting tooth and nail just to make sure that it never happened. Now, if you say we are destroying the oil okay, look at it that way now. Now you now brought that refinery now. Don't forget that there are job components of this refinery that okay, you took our refinery out, you only return the gasoline or probably diesel. Then what about some other component of that? You used to manufacture fertilizer, you used to do propylene, all those kind of plastic and all those materials you needed to for car what do we call it? For all those car dressings, or you understand what I mean? So the thing is, so when you look at that aspect only, we cannot say this policy is destroying the local production. You understand?
I'm not talking about policy. Which policy you say? I didn't talk about policy.
No, we are talking of this naira for crude. It's a form of a government policy. You understand?
No, that one, that one. No. What I said about this, I said they're trying to destroy the sector for Dangote refinery. So that one is separate from even the policy. That policy, that one is a meaningless policy. It's a nonsense, meaningless policy. Only them know what they are doing. The fantasy they have that they think that the naira for crude is a total fantasy. Everything about it is fantastic. It's not positive. There's not a single positive from the naira for crude. Ola, tell me one positive something for that positive from that policy of naira for crude. One positive.
Okay. Now, if Dangote is going to get that crude, is he not going to use dollar? So if he's going to use dollar, where is he going to get the dollar?
Dangote just told you that he exported so much petrol to America. Is it not dollar they are paying? Is it naira they are paying in America? When Dangote export petrol to America, do they pay in naira there? Is it not dollar they paying?
No. I want you to get this point. The local part of it is going to be in naira. So there's no point of Dangote going out.
But that thing already fall apart when he's exporting the petrol. So we are doing naira for him, crude for him, so that he can be exporting the petrol to America. That is a meaningless. That is a disgrace. So we give him naira for crude so that he can export petrol to America.
Hold on, no, that's not the point. Dangote is still importing crude oil. You understand? To meet the capacity for his refinery.
Also
now hold on.
I inject this, I leave it to you. So he's importing crude oil from other country. Is it naira is paying them? We can pay every other country FX. Only Nigeria is a taboo for Dangote to pay FX. Nigeria that needs FX so badly is a taboo for Dangote to pay Nigeria FX. But he can pay every other country FX. Okay, continue. If that is the way you people think, okay, no wala.
No. You have to see how it balances out. Now,
I'm listening.
you are buying crude oil from the US, no, from other country, you are spending dollars, right? But you are exporting and you are earning dollars. So whatever impacts the import you are having, you understand, balances out by the same forex you are realizing. But in dollar situation, if you are going to buy in naira, if you are going to buy in dollar, right in Nigeria, you are not realizing dollars back. So the best way to balance it out, to support, at least, is this is a form of intervention, to support local intervention, to support local industry.
I heard you said Tinubu is a free market economy guy. What intervention is he doing? What intervention? Why did he remove subsidy if he's going to be doing subsidy for Dangote? Why? Why did he say no FX if he's going to be fixing naira? He said he unify what he used to say he remove arbitrage. This is arbitrage.
No,
This
that you domicile purchase in your local currency does not mean it's no longer a free market. We should get that thing right, because there are two
May I come in,
components.
please?
They are fixing the rate.
I think I should come in before Baba.
Oh, no, comparable for to wait. We understand. I know why Baba want to come in now, so that's why I'm yielding.
Baba, hello.
Comparison fast. How are you?
Great, Baba.
Great, good. Good morning, Fatai and all everybody. And
Good morning, sir. Sir.
I think we are forgetting that there is a PIA bill governing the petroleum industry. And of course, in that PIA bill, it is defined that 450,000 barrels have to be reserved, of crude will be reserved for the local refiners. That is what Dangote is tapping into, though it's almost eating up all that production daily. First, because as of today, I have not checked how much a liter of fuel costs, but it is still far below the international price. It's far below the West African price. Why were we able to achieve that? It is because of the Naira for crude purchases by the local refiners. In so doing, it doesn't mean that there is a special Naira price. It is the Forex determined price.
It's a special Naira, Baba. That is the point of it. Naira. They can give him crude. If there is no special, why doesn't he pay dollar or FX?
It is the sourcing of it, because as a local refiner, if Baba,
they are determining how much Naira he pays for dollar. Okay, they are fixing Naira rate. That is the purpose. There's nothing particularly interesting about selling to a local refiner. If they make an agreement to sell a particular but where the problem is insisting on buying in Naira, and that is a very big problem. If he wants to buy, let him buy in dollar. Let him buy in FX. What is the problem from Dangote to buy the domestic allocation in FX? What is the problem?
Baba, is there already an agreement in the PIA that Dangote is going to get to buy Naira? I mean, is this not?
Let me finish our morning. Let me finish my point. This is it. When you have to buy as Dangote for local production, if you have to refine for local, you have to apply to CBN for dollars to buy from NMPC. That protocol is what has been cancelled. You raise your invoice. Your invoice is $1,000. Your pro forma invoice $1,000. All you have to do is look at the Forex board. It says 1,480. So you pay 1,480 per dollars straight. For that, it has cut off the pressure of sourcing for that dollar elsewhere, and also particularly from central bank. That is one.
Baba, that pressure
Let me
is a
finish
fantasy.
my point.
No, I know that pressure is a fantasy. If he's paying dollar for this thing, this thing with currency, it's not like that though. They are just looping in circle. Pay your FX. Okay, let central bank is different, is separate institution. Let them why. So what is the job of Cardoso if he just
in fact, you want to call refinery now, the one part
hold
little
on,
bit.
Aro Gidigba, hold on. Fatai, hold on. Let Baba continue. Let Baba, Fatai, let Baba complete his analysis. Because I was going to tell you that Canada pay, they get the quotation in USD, they pay in Canadian dollar. Okay, Baba, continue.
Yeah, so that is the essence. That's why Dangote is able to produce, particularly for Nigeria, for the ease of sourcing forex by paying in naira, and also the guarantee of the crude. That is 2. 3, in buying from Nigeria and refining for Nigeria, it cut the freight price. The freight is absent. The freight is entirely absent. And of course, those international production prices and export import price, taxation attached to the refined products being brought in. That is why Dangote has been able.
What's going on?
You want to come in?
I can hear you, Baba.
Is everybody there?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Can you hear anybody?
So can I speak? I don't know. I can't hear nothing.
Ahead.
If somebody's speaking.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Or like somebody speaking, because I'm not hearing anything. Do you need to go out and come back?
Okay. Maybe you want to check your system because you go out and come back because it affected me yesterday too.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
You see, this cartel fighting Dangote, it cannot work. I can understand their plight. Most of these marketers, they've sucked Nigeria dry. And in the process, some of them have been so greedy that they even went into borrowing to be able to build more facilities, both home and abroad. Use their blending facilities, midstream, international, to be able to continue to destroy Nigeria's economy. And Dangote has hit the hard where it mattered. So, of course, you don't expect them to fold their hands without fighting. But it's a losing fight, whether they like it or not. They're using now the labor union. And we have to be a country of law, because there is a law that guides the export zones, export-free zones in Nigeria. Before tolerance and all the rest came into that EPZ zone to invest billions of their dollars. That 10 years, there will be 10 years moratorium on labor matters, apart from several others. That concerning labor, you cannot picket them. You cannot call for strike. You cannot unionize. 10 years, it is in the law. So by the labor union coming to badger Dangote refinery selectively, it is very wrong, and it's mark of gangsterism, if I may put it bluntly. And if not for political expediency, I don't think those officers of Pegasus should be allowed to go scot-free for trying to sabotage a nation of 200 million people plus. Because what they did is pure sabotage. I listened to Adam Oshiomhole. and all the kinds of shenanigans he talked that are being practiced by this present day labor unionists, their leadership. They even went as far as exposing one of the so-called leaders having a permanent suite at most expensive hotel in Abuja. I don't like mentioning name.
Oh, okay. Eating.
You understand my point? That kind of lifestyle. And these are the same people that will come out and started preaching nonsense to us. These are people who have constituted themselves into moral police, who are intellectually dishonest. Intellectually, and they are bound not only in the labor union, so also in Nigerian Bar Association. Because we now know that some people who come and present themselves as if they are, like they are the next thing to Jesus Christ. Forging passports, forging health results, reports, going to claim some people's property abroad. We have to watch ourselves. A man that invested 18 billion of his money in an economy should be treated right. He's not an institution. In my considered opinion, he is a colossus. He is a colossus. You only need to have maybe friends, at least if you've not visited in other African countries. They envy Nigeria because of people like this. Look at the Benin road that was swallowing trailers last year. Who had used his tax payment to the country to fix that road? Of course, it's the other one, the Rabiu man.
Rafiu Bua, that Bua guy.
Yeah, he's the Bua guy that fixed that road with his tax, not that he did it free. But look at the pace, with the speed with which they pay. Why are we not happiness averse? If I can coin that word, why don't we like good news? Why don't we like good news? So we want petrol queue to continue. We want petrol to be sold at 1,500 per liters, which is, of course, the right price that all our West African neighbors are selling. Even at under 1,000 liters today, it is still attractive for smugglers. And they are still doing it on a very small scale. If you say Tinubu is an oil man, do we know? We talk about metering. We talk about oil theft through topping. Now there is a new station, loading station in Rivers State, very close to Goniland. There's a new one now where they have to start loading. It has a capacity of 360,000 liters a day to load. It is metered for the first time in 50 years. We are metering our exports. All right. We are very intentional with what we are doing. There are fresh investments all over the place. All dead oil fields are being sold to new takers. Seplat is making humongous stride. So also Oranto. So also ATO. So also Oando. Not to talk about the ultra deep waters, where the Shell, where the Ajib are now even going. Why do you think the government has confidence that they're going to really do well with this economy? It is because of the results, the anticipated result of their investment and opening up of these fields. The Ogoni fields will be coming on stream maybe within the next 2 years. The activities are going on in there. Of course, this is a work of planning. So a lot of investments is going on there. So Dangote should be left alone. 650,000 capacity, $18 billion plus investment, concentrated just in one zone. You need to have the heart of a lion. Almost, is there any other heart bigger than that of the lion to be able to do that? Like Shetima said, he could put even half of that money in California, and in another 1 year, he will double his investment. Just cash, sit back with pipe, smoking pipe and drinking champagne. But he put it in solid something to help himself and help his country. And there are a lot of things attached to it. The power station alone, the grid running that refinery alone, has surplus power of, I think, about 300,000 megahertz to sell, which people are picking up. Why do you think there are 24 hours light in that area? All those real estate in that area are enjoying. A lot of things, apart from the polypropylene, the urea, and all the rest, the extras that are coming from the refinery. Because of that refinery alone, a lot of European refineries closed down. They closed down. So these people that have formed themselves into cartel is just the last throes of a dying man. Whether they like it or not, dead they will be in a matter of 1-2 years more. It is glaring. They cannot sustain fleecing the countries. We've forgotten that there are times we park at the fuel station to buy AG or diesel, and the odor, offensive odor of that diesel alone will scare you that what am I pumping into my vehicle or my engine? We won't do it for fuel. A lot of people have to pack up their cars. But this guy has the most modern machinery producing fuel. And you are Pegasan. He says, look, I'm not comfortable with this set of engineers I have because they've been infiltrated. I'd want them out of my industrial complex. They then go elsewhere around my salt complex, around my steel complex, sugar, to go and work there. And they know they must work in that thing, in a very sensitive thing. If that thing blows up today, the whole of Lekki is gone. There's deep water there, which is a separate port entirely. So these governments have to sit up and apply the law.
Good morning, sir. Baba.
Yes, good morning.
I have a question for you, sir, in regards to this. Dangote alleged that I read some reports that where he said these people are sabotaging his refinery. If that be the case, do you think why do you think he's not pursued the legal route like court to go just get rid of them permanently without, because if you assign them somewhere they might still sabotage your company. If he has evidence that they truly sabotage his company, why do you think he has refused to fire them and not reabsorb them back? Why do you think he took them back? What was the reason behind that if they truly sabotage his refinery, sir?
Yeah, in the fight of it, his refinery is very, very modern. Everything is like touch button. And these are engineers that have been trained specifically. I think the first batch of them were almost like 10,000, trained by Indians. Most of them were even sent abroad and came back. And they were their ranks on file were infiltrated. And you can imagine just at the press of a button, a man can just mix a higher percentage of just 0.1% of salt into a reformer. It's like your car engine being knocked. That could cost, not only in terms of dollar repair, that is fine. But what about the delay in production?
Yes, sir. I'm saying that. So why then? Why has it not gone after them legally if he has evidence against them? Because I even read. I can't confirm that, but I read somewhere that they were even coordinating with Pengas and Mons in WhatsApp groups where they were leaking sensitive information about Dangote refineries to Pengasson months before this. And they said they have evidence that they were leaking company information to Pengasson to use against Dangote, which is a criminal act. So why would you take them back and not even pursue any legal actions against them? Is what is baffling to me.
You know, it's a peculiar Nigerian situation. You are standing alone, and some people are ganging up against you. You know these people quite all right, and you know our legal system. He instituted a suit actually against Pegasus and against this group of people. There are lawsuits he instituted, but yet they think because labor is an international thing, and they are using that kind of gangsterism going on. So he has to slow down. It's like a mosquito perching on your scrotum. You don't hit it hard to kill it. You either blow it away quietly so you can have your peace of mind rather than suffer unnecessary pain. Dangote is nobody's fool. A man that has made 1 billion is not just an ordinary man anywhere in the world. No, talk of in a hostile environment, a man who has the capacity to have put down an 18 billion structure in one position, standing alone. People can mess with
Baba,
him. Yeah.
Baba, maybe if I can interject.
No, please go ahead.
You see one thing, Babati. Yeah, it is true that in a big establishment like that, you want to sabotage, but you know, trying to sabotage, there are different levels to it. You know, there are be some people physically on ground, and some people want to use political instruments, you know, to sabotage. So let's stay on that physical. On that physicals, trying to sabotage physically, to be honest with you, is going to be extremely difficult because if we take only a stupid person, you understand, we only take a stupid person to put um that type of structure in place, before you load your raw materials, that you don't find a way to sanitize, that you don't find a way to test the quality of your raw, and you go and you now feed that one into your production, the core production facility. That's not going to happen. So then most of those things you find around those material, you find around those modern refinery like that, they are going to be smart. They are going to be smart
Also, it's like
equipment
firewalls, you understand? It will always dim
exactly
the red lights here and there.
exactly
But then an attempt
so
has been made.
exactly. So, for example, if you are supposed to use maybe a crude oil with a sulfur percentage of let's say 0.05%, and someone loaded it with like say 5%, of course, it's not even
Alarm
going
will
to
go
pass
off.
through the check. So on that level, so I think the main power for them to sabotage now is to try to use political and labor movement. That's where the core argument is, and to where it is possible to misinform, to whip up public sentiment against, against establishment like this. And wherever it is possible, they can even lobby some kind of foreign government just to give some kind of indictment about the quality, about the quality of that of the output coming from Dangote. So that is where Dangote, we have to put so much on the quality of whatever you are sending out of the country, and you make sure you monitor everything from the point of departure to the destination. So see, for those engineers that want to tag internally, it's just a waste of time. I can almost guarantee you, give you 99%, 99.96% of guarantee that it's just a waste of time. But the attempt itself, is worth dealing with.
Yeah, but
Understand? Yeah.
there seems to be some kind of compromise between Dangote, government, and other parties involved. For him
Greetings, everyone. Thank
Hold
you.
on to Nigeria. Hold on to
Don't
Nigeria.
jump in now. Who's this guy
I'm
now?
trying to greet people now. Why are you being all
Don't greet.
negative? All
We
these
know you.
negative
No,
people,
we
You are
know
making
you. No,
You
stop.
have to be
No.
welcoming.
Can you stop
We are
right
all
there, please?
Nigerians here. You are supposed to be welcoming,
What
and you're
is
just
your
like
problem
being all
now?
negative. I'm
What is
trying
your
to
problem?
greet.
Don't greet. We know you. That's to talk to 1 hour. Please don't greet, please.
Oh, look at that.
No,
Where's one man now?
Let me finish. Now, this guy, who is this guy?
Baba, I thought I was the second person here before after Rufai. I even came before you, Ola. So
comparable fast. Sorry about that. You can
I'm just
interject. This is
asking.
just
Because I'm only clarifying something with Baba because I really want to know. Maybe he has insights. You know, Baba is well. He knows about that sector. I want to know. Maybe he has a clue about what kind of deal they made with Dangote behind scenes for him to allow them back, and moving forward, what kind of arrangement that they've made if he has insight.
Has he allowed them back, or he put them in the cement factory? Well,
No. I'm saying that if I know that you're going to, if allegedly you are going to start to discuss my bill in point A.
No, BT, the trust has been eroded. No doubt about
my
it.
point exactly. So I can't even trust you to make anything for me. I don't care if it's
that is the point at which they are right now. It's not saying I'm not.
So
look, listen. Let me shock you. Let me shock you at what he proposed, BT.
Okay.
At a point, he said, "Look, if I have to even force me to take them, I can pay them for 5 years. Let them go sit at home in their houses."
They said no allegedly now.
Yeah, they said no. You can see how desperate for an entrepreneur will sit down and say, "Look, go home and stay."
Baba, can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I ask you for something, sir? I know you know Dangote. I know. So tell him that if he's looking for good quality engineers, me, I'm available to work for a good
That one is doing job application.
For a good pay. I know, no, Baba and Dangote are good friends. So so just let him know there's quality engineers that can work for him right here. Okay.
Can I just add now? Can I just add? You all have been talking.
Hold on now.
Why do you keep saying hold on? You've been talking. Let me talk. I want to agree with Baba. Let me agree with Baba now.
I'm the moderator. I will do like Shoma this morning.
Look at that. Look at that.
I can hold over to you anyway. I can hold over to you.
Let the man
so
finish.
The thing is this.
Well, you should allow somebody to interject now and again.
Hold on now. You will interject. Hold on. You will interject. I beg. If you help Arogidigba along the line, me I dey here too. So I'll beg.
I beg you. Thou say it. I beg you.
Comparable far. Do you want to say something, or you want to give to Niger pass? So if you want.
No. I want to take my turn, please. I don't have all day.
Go ahead. Bad of prestige.
Let comparable to Afar take his turn. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I would like to respect no interruption, please, when I'm speaking. I would like to respect to take my time, whether it's 3, 4, 5 minutes. Let me finish my monologue because I have something to do. So having said that, this specific question is to you. I was the third person. I'm not quarreling, but I need to make that statement. I was the third person to come here after Fatai, but he already left. So why did Baba come in and took over? Is it because of literally what the meaning of his name stands for? Let me finish.
No, please.
Is it because he's considered to be a father or a spiritual leader or somebody in authority in this platform?
Baba will respond.
It was
no, Baba. I have no issue with you, Baba. You know you my body.
No, I understand.
It's to Allah. I want Allah to answer that question. You're not obligated, but if you don't want to answer, let me move on. I answer that with gratuity. There's no ill effect, but I need to ask that. So let's move on. You don't have to answer that.
You are my friend. No, you are my friend that we answer now. You know I like that.
Okay, if you feel like answering because you're not obligated to answer, it's just a point. I just wanted people to know the meaning of Baba. Okay, you know, I understand Yoruba. You know, I mean, you have something what you call Baba. You know, Aladura, which is a
You
spiritual
are the
father
only
prophet.
negotiator that
I
cannot
just
even
want to
speak.
let people know that I know Yoruba. So all you people, when you speak Yoruba behind me, think I don't know what you're talking about. So think about that. So let's begin. Forget about that. But I know.
No, no,
I
no,
just
no,
want to
no.
make a
Let me
comment.
no. For fairness, let me respond to
You know,
you.
this is 3 minutes now. Okay.
No, hold on, to Niger.
To Naja, you know
The
what?
thing is
You
this.
need to
Hold
effort
on.
here, please.
Oh, so now you're asking me to help out,
Comparable
eh?
facts.
You have spent 3
Comparable
minutes.
facts. Comparable facts. I want you to know this. Giving Baba the right of to speak is just because of the topic. You know the way Fatai was speaking. You understand? We needed to respond to him because the core the core purpose of this platform is to inform Nigeria properly. So we are not going to be like a propaganda machine like some other outlets. So that was why we needed someone that is vast in the field to respond. So that's just the purpose.
Thank you. Do you know how how much I cherish Babu opinion? You know, I just I just want to poke the beer a little bit. I believe me, I don't mind even a second when Baba speak or whatever, you know, because I'm not privy with Nigerian information in terms of economy and other kind of things. So when Baba speak, you know, I take his words seriously. It's not that I believe whatever I say. Like I told Baba the other day, politically, maybe about 60% of the time, me and him doesn't agree, but it doesn't mean that we can have a mutual, you know, amicable conversation. So that's where I am. I may come here, you know, baso, but I know where I am. So having said that, let me start from beginning because Fatah raised some question initially is about production. From what I gathered, USA is the highest producer of oil in the world, and they consume the highest. Literally, I think they consume close to about 19 million a year. You know, about 20% of the world oil production, USA consume it. I think China followed, India, South Africa, even Nigeria don't even rank. I don't know where they rank in Africa because South Africa, Algeria and some of they consume more oil, more oil than we do, even though they don't produce nothing. So maybe that's lack of technology. We don't have a lot of industry and some of that is maybe that's why we consume, less oil compared to other countries. So let's start from the subject about Sanusi because that's the subject of deliberation because he came to the he came and spoke and there has been different narrative that he came because Ngozi Ewela has come out to speak. That's why he's coming out to speak. I don't believe because Ngozi Ewela came out, Sanusi wouldn't have come out to speak. I mean, he's speaking from his own perspective, for actually what's going on right now. So the question going by this news lady, has Nigeria, has the reform, is it going to make Nigeria prosper? Has Nigeria, come to a prosperity level due to the what Tinubu has laid down? In my own opinion, it's too part to it, and I'm gonna interpret it the way I see it. Okay, let's talk about the positive. There has been some positive, about this Tinubu I'm against Tinubu policy. There's no doubt about it.
Can
If
you
you
can
look
you
at
expand on what are the positives? Let us know.
what are the what?
What are the positives?
What are the positive?
Yes, let us know. Yes, we just want to know.
Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna get there. So as we're talking about 2025, where we are, I mean, I mean, we can definitely say that things are moving in the right direction. But does everybody benefit to it? No, I mean we still have high inflation, cost of living, poverty, inequality. Oil price is very very volatile. So there's no doubt about it. I mean you can say there's a lot of challenges that we are currently facing. The way I think what I can see the way Tinubu announced the way Tinubu announced it, that's my problem when he first came into office. The way he just announced it, subsidy remove. Yeah, is that subsidy removal, is that a good thing? Yeah. So you ask me, what are the positive? I'm gonna give you the macro level of it. There has been a stability gain. And if you talk about the physical deficit, yeah, that has been a significant gain if you compare to where it was in 2023. to where we are right now. In my own opinion, I think we was like about 5.4, in the physical deficit. Right now we're close to 3 or 4. So that's an upswing in terms of our debt service burden, our foreign exchange, and the revenue and tax reform is a good thing, but the devil is still in the detail. We don't know actually if it will be implemented in the way the policy is on paper. So the revenue and tax reform is definitely, and there's some economic growth. From, if you look at the external balance, because we are getting more money from non-oil section right now. So that's a good development that, there's no doubt about it. There's other, reform and ambition that this government has laid. But my problem is that we need to have better accountability, and government has to reduce their spending. That's the way I look at it. We're talking about let's talk about the social and physical policy part of it. There has been some increment in terms of improvement in the national government, the state level. More wages, pension, and reliable. But we still have a long way to go. What am I saying? That we still have a long way? There's still a lot of challenges, that people are experiencing. We still have high inflation, cost of living, rising poverty. I don't know where we rank 3 to 4 or 5, in the world. We probably like about, is it about 100 and something people, 150 or 160? I don't have the figure. People are still living below poverty level. That way, if you do the math, that would be close to 60% of people living in the poverty level. Or let me make it more conservatively. Let me say about 54, 56. I mean, there has been an uneven reform. People who are very impacted about what's going on. Wages are still very, very low. So there's a lot of things that this government need to be done. There still remains some structural issues that matter, that need to be tackled. I mean, we still have some external risks, regardless of, because the inflation is not where it's supposed to be. So inflation need to be improved for us to say we have to achieve that. But having said all this, the improvement and what we are lacking, what we are going right now is not sustainable. In my own opinion, I will give my verdict. If we touch security, everything that Tinubu is doing right now is not going to be sustainable unless security is challenged. Because that security has a lot of impediment when it comes to Nigeria, improving Nigerian economy or not improving Nigerian economy. I mean, we're talking about farming. Farmers are not going to, are not going to farming. I mean, I don't know how many percentage that has depleted Nigerian farming production. I mean, regardless of, we still getting a little bit of some in agriculture, maybe due to the mechanized agri that the government has introduced. That's happening in that area. But that could have been more robust if we have less security. I'm not saying it's definitely going to have free security, but less security at least. I mean, minimize it to, I mean, find a way to minimize it to at least, maybe we have security will be about 20-30%, because right now it's very high. So that's not happening. And some other thing that is coming from this security issue, the investors is not allowing the investor to come to Nigeria. That's a fact. I mean, anybody can say here, maybe Tinubu go to the foreign country, invite the security people or something like that. No, they are not coming. We are not getting any security investment. I know about this guy, and what's his name? The guy that owned airport. What can somebody remind me his name? That owned airport in England. I think he's supposed to be investing in that deep water sea in Lakey. I read a little bit about it I just read the caption. I didn't have time to read, what kind of revenue he's going to be pouring, or how much. But the guy is fair to raise. So, he's decided, he has done his survey. He supports the Tinubu government. So he's investing in that deep water. But my issue I have, regardless, I may have some sentiment to them from the side, not necessarily the side. I think that seaport need to be diversified. I mean, you have Lekki Seaport. I think they're building someone in Ikorodu or whatever. If I'm wrong, let somebody correct me. Of course, we have their Papa or whatever. So Lagos is congested. They need to Calabar or whatever other places, even Achumore or Port Harcourt?
What is your name again?
Comparable
Rational.
fat.
No,
Comparable
that is
fat.
not your name. You can call
No.
yourself.
You need to get
You
that
can
straight.
call.
There's somebody.
You can put lipstick on yourself, but if a pig put a lipstick on, you still call it a pig.
What had that got to do with my name? That I want you to. I want you to call me.
I'm not going to indulge in this. What's his name again? Please remind me. Man of
Comparable fat.
prestige. No, man of prestige. That is your name. So, man of prestige. Remind me, the Lekki Dipsy port. Who is paying for it? Who is paying for the construction of the Lekki Dipsy port?
LASG.
I thought
Okay.
it's private investor. I don't know the whole detail, but I know
Okay.
about this guy.
So when the Lagos state government went to take those private investors and they held their hand and said, "Look, we are not going to let you go. You will build with us." What were your own governors doing? What were they looking at?
Look here. I'm not here to play. I didn't come here to play partisan politics or
No,
regional
this is not
politics. So
partisan
that's what
politics, and
I'm
this is
just
not
talking
regional
about what is good
politics
for
now.
Nigeria.
At
I
the
know
end of
that's
the
a
day,
private investor. I've read
the
it, but I'm just saying.
Ogun State as well, they have a lot of shoreline. Why didn't
Come
Ogun
on,
State
come on,
put
Aregu,
it there?
just calm down, chill out, okay? I'm not here to play
No, I'm
partisan politics
asking a
or tribal
question
politics.
now because nobody has stopped anybody from attracting investments to their
Don't come here to lecture me. Let me finish my monologue. I'm about to leave, please.
So don't complain that Lagos is congested and let them congest themselves. It's their business.
Am I not a Nigerian? I have a right to complain. If you don't like it,
That
that's their
Lagos is
problem.
congested. They are complaining that Lagos
Okay,
is
you have your
congested.
opinion, and let me have my
But the
opinion.
leaders of
I have my opinion, okay? Don't I have right to complain? Even at all, I'm not going to get what I want. Is that not the right of a person to complain? That's what I thought would have balanced the thing. It's not about being located in the anywhere. Is that anyone what I asked? Did I say any of those should be located in the southeast? I'm just talking about diversify that. That would be beneficial.
No, I never mentioned anything about the Southeast, though. I'm just talking in general.
Okay. Thank you. Good point. I know it's some private investor and the Lagos government is doing a good job. So I'm not going to fault them for that. But I'm just talking about government. Period. So, but anyway, let me finish with highlight some of the constraints I have with what I'm talking about. I say something. Arago, you make me lose my chain of thought. Please don't do that again, or else I'm coming to London to.
Can you hear me, comparable fact? Can you hear me?
That need to be, they have to find a way to fix that. Okay, it's not just by giving people money, giving a handout. That's not what we need. I know. So I'm talking about the insecurity right now. Where I say there's poverty and inequality, and we're still very volatile because of the in terms of oil. We know how oil they go up and down. So it's not necessarily we have to depend. So the tax reform and some other things, it's a good thing. So that's all I have to say. I don't have that much to say. I just want to put my 2 cents before I leave. Thank you very much. I'll be listening, but I'm getting out. Thank you, Ola.
Yeah, that
took
give
more
you
than
30
10 to
seconds,
15
Ola,
minutes.
just to throw light into exactly what Fatai was asking. That why was Dangote exporting to America, or why was America importing from Dangote? And I think U.S. importers are very strategic, and it's free enterprise, free market economy, because those that are importing from U.S. Dangote's oil is Sonoco, Shell, and then Vitol. And if you look at the axis which they are taking those refined products between within Texas, New York, and New Jersey, you can see even Dangote of late this week imported some dying refineries from Europe. What they have in their tanks, refined product left, refined product, they're importing it, and the marketers are saying Dangote is importing dirty petrol. But they forgot that a refiner can import even dirty petrol and refine it, reblend it, refresh it to his own standard and sell. It's all about costs. So these are the things. And for lastly, BT, I just want to you a poser for you. What do you think of the Jebus? Because it occurred to me in the past few days that why are all the Forbes billionaires are all Ijebu people? Ditto for Ogunlesi, Awotono, Abe, Lawal. In Nigeria, Baba Ekpe, the man from Ekpe, and the man from Glue, they are all Ijebu people. What's about Ijebu people in Ogun State?
They are the most savvy, the most savvy people in Nigeria when it comes to business. End of story. From the beginning of time, Baba. And look at them now. Look at the Odutolas and what's the name of this other man. They are the most savvy business people in Nigeria. Forget all this rationale that we felt like the Ijebus are the most savvy because when it comes to business, forget about it.
Let me speak. Let me ask a question, Baba, before I leave. So, Baba, let me talk about the Naira stuff. Why is Dangote going in and out? I mean, sometimes he suspend the sale of oil in Naira. We know it's only more viable using American dollar. But he suspended it, then he bring it back. Now it has been suspended. But on paper, it's just like theory being proposed by the government or whatever is the policy. But that's not actually happening. Why is that so? It's not. Before I leave.
Baba, to continue. Baba, before you continue, sir. I have another here that if within the next 1 hour there's no super chat that we should shut the down. So I encourage people if you think
so you are casting people now. One more so that's you are right now.
Baba T, time now money, so the thing is this: if you really enjoy the program too, I think one thing you can do is to support. When you support this type of program, you motivate the owner of the channel to research better, and we can even get something that benefits us. So I think I support what one man is saying 200%. It's not good for us to listen to get educated and just not to compensate. For a person like Comparable Fact now to even be praising Tinubu directly, I knew that he didn't want to be so explicit so that other obedient will not come down on him. But for the first time for a very long time, Comparable Fact spent like almost 70% of his time to this morning to praise Tinubu. Oh my goodness, and they can happen. So thank you, Baba. You may continue, sir.
Yeah, I don't know where I am again. I know I don't have the floor. And
I know you were talking of Ijebus. We're talking of Ijebus.
No, I just left it as a pose. I was just wondering myself, well, what's about these Ijebu people? That small place, and they have all the billionaires, Forbes certified billionaire.
No, I think Awolowo, I think they enjoy Awolowo influence as well. Awolowo was a key factor too. Awolowo was a key factor. Not that Awolowo favored them directly, but I think when you are seeing people moving forward within your community, you are more likely to copy. That's just the way I see it.
But Ola, the Ijebus have been successful before Awolowo now.
Everybody has been successful before Awolowo too. If you want to go down.
No, the Ijebus plan, even before
they beat Lagos actually.
They beat Lagos. But Ijebus people have been successful. Odutola, what's the name of this other man that was Balogun? All the Ogbeni Ojas of Ijebu. Don't you look at all the people that have Ogbeni
Ojas? All the rest of them.
All of them. They've been successful for years.
The lace factories in Ayepe and all the rest.
Okay, let me say
this
thing.
Don't let's digress. Let's go ahead, please.
Who owns Sekeja? Who owns Sekeja?
Ijebus.
Exactly. So when you see our major industrial estate were in those places, so on their land. So when I said Awolowo's influence, I'm watching the trend. So you carry business down to Ekiti now, and you are doing your business in Ekiti, factory in Ekiti. Ekiti people are likely going to cut the bulk, and before you know, Ekiti people becomes industrialists as well. That's the way I see. So when our capital was sited in Akure, very close to Ondo, it by default the people around Akure down to Ondo Township, you understand? They started going to business more than Ekiti people. So that's the way I see it personally. So to Nigeria, I know Babati was said before you. So after Babati, then
I will let Baba take my time to to finish his thought.
Okay.
I think we're just interrupting the man. So, but to my, I asked you about the inner workings of this deal. I really want to know. Moku are curious me about, because if you betray me, if I employ you and you betray me, I don't want you near my company. I don't care, even as a gate man, I don't want you around. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Dangote is not going to take them back. He's not going to take
but
them
they
back.
said that they're going for. So what? But so that report is not true then.
See, when they come, if they refuse to go to their reposting places, then let wherever they want, they can come to the car park and park and stay.
Baba,
he has the capacity to pay them. It is Nigeria that will still suffer.
I'm saying that even that reposting, to me, is not good enough. I don't want you anywhere around my business. Once you've showed your hand to tell me who you are, I don't want you around me. I don't care if it's cement, sugar,
It's the Nigerian factor that is coming to play. And I can understand, I can excuse the president. You get my point, because we're talking about high wire business, now international, not just this thing. So he has to be very, very careful not to be seen to be supporting enterprise or entrepreneurs. But he knows, of course, left to their own devices, of course, it's money for money. You can see nuns are on the street now, and a whole lot of cash for carry cash chivists. They are all siding Dangote and stuff like that. They are on the side of free enterprise.
Because like the VP said the other day, and I said before him, I said the world is watching. Dangote is huge in the global market, in the global play here. The way you treat him, that counts for you, against you, when it comes to portfolio investors. So we need to be very careful with this. So
look, there is a Yoruba proverb, "Iritarigun lafin tagun lofa," because he is a Nigerian. We don't even know who we have amongst us. This man has it spread all over West Africa. And there are 17 countries also in the straight coastline West Africa
he
alone.
just opened.
He's in Angola. He's in Angola. He's in Ethiopia.
Last week,
count very few countries he's not in. He's an international citizen without carrying extra passports. He's a colossus. He's not an institution. We have to understand this, because we see him every day, because he's a man amongst us, because he's a gentleman. Let me put it that way to the core. You think he's an ordinary being? Even making hundreds of naira, making it into million, is not an easy task. Not to talk of converting your million to billion, which is hardest. Because there are 1,000 1 million, 1,000 million to make a billion. So even making 100 million fortune is not an easy thing. We'll talk about 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, till you get to 1 billion. You think it's easy? And we're talking in terms of hard cash USD. What is it? Should have some respect, please. I want to destroy all of that for 200 million people. Aren't we happy? No more petroleum queue. Do you know how many people died in petroleum stations trying to buy in jerry cans, and the fire incidents that happen? Why don't we like peace of mind? So it's not going to absorb them back. He has said the ultimate is, okay, go sit down in your houses. I'll continue to pay you salary. How about that? For offer, as offer.
But who's going to run the facility?
Oh, there are people who temporarily you apply through the immigration.
I don't want bail. Stop putting your shoes out there.
Baba, èmi ń wáṣẹ́ ọ̀lí ní Nàìjíríà kí ló máa gbafẹ́.
The immigration will give a pass for maybe just emergency people that will come in and quickly retrain other people, and then they take it up. Why? Why do we like self-sabotage? Don't we like? I don't you like rest of mind?
And those prisoners from the labor, like Baba, here's my question before, so you can take the floor. You have my time, sir. If Dangote is facing this in this sector, look at the other sectors in Nigerian economy that is being bogged down by unions. So how come Tinubu is giving Dangote this pass, rightfully so, but you have other areas that we also need to look into that have been destroyed by the unions? I mean, I remember growing up, and my mother worked in the Ministry of Agriculture. How vibrant that area was. It was destroyed by the unions. There are many areas of the country that is being killed off by this so-called union. So what kind of reforms should we come up with where, of course, we want you to pay the workers right and give them fair? I get all of that. But at the same time, protect investors and businesses at that level is my point, sir. That's my question.
These same people, unfortunately, when Baba OBJ sold 2 of these refineries to this same Dangote during Baba OBJ's time, it is these union people who laid low, waited when he exited, and Yaradua came in. They went to Yaradua and opposed the sale and encouraged Yaradua to return the check back. And Yaradua did. Why did they do that? Later years we come to discover because they want to be feeding on the fraud that is those refineries. And between that period and of the time last year, that those refineries have got $18 billion. Monies paid out, hard cash for repair. These are the same union people that supervise those
Baba,
expenditures.
you know, these same people are actually going after Ojulari. If it's all this Dangote situation that's actually downs the whole Ojulari situation, they are attacking him. They are attacking him at the moment.
What is going on?
Ojulari as well is in trouble with them.
No,
people wear tie and suit up every morning going to a refinery that is not working. They call themselves production manager, this site manager, that reformer manager, that receiving manager, and everything continuously. Right. They were receiving money and gulping it. Sir. And the nation was going on with leading with kwashoko and everything economically, and nobody's talking about it. And these are the same people that are pontificating today.
You know, I read report that Pengassen's president apparently has a permanent suit in Abuja Sheraton. Presidential.
Not only that, Oshiomhole said they get a kind of rent-seeking check every month from most of these industries.
But they fight like they are for the, you know, it's always like, oh, for the people, for the people. So how is that for the people? How has that got to do with the
well, we are in a nation of noisemakers. Okay. We believe the noisemakers more. The more noise you can make, the better for you.
Baba, is that not actually illegal? Is that not misappropriation of public funds?
It is. Do we apply laws? We don't apply laws. And if we apply laws, are there people today who are saying release Emefiele? Yeah, people who are saying release Emefiele.
Because Pengassan is a public institution. As long as it's in. I mean,
Arrow. That was what I've been asking Baba for a minute now. He doesn't want to answer me. How do you tweak the laws where it's fair to all, where you can guarantee safety and provisions for the workers, while at the same time giving private businesses the breathing room to grow and produce and be productive without all this Pengassan nonsense? Like, what can you do to the law? How do you do the law to favor private business owners?
Unfortunately, BT, striking that balance is becoming difficult every other day, every other week, every other year, because There is nothing we can hardly do now, individually or collectively, that is not politicized, that is not stained with politics, because it's the default line. It's our default line. Because even the Dangote issue now is now politicized, and the politics are along ethnic line.
Really? It became ethnic already?
It has become ethnic already.
How come? How come? What is the ethnic angle?
Because Shetima came out, Undume came out.
Oh, okay.
And every other person can, oh, it's because it's not now. You people are coming out. And I was shocked. And if you look at the labor union people, they are all from the South. So it's a dangerous mix. And it's making things a little bit difficult for investors, because they are studying it. They are studying the situation. They are studying the situation and crunching the numbers. So we have to be very, very careful here. It might look ordinary, it might look mundane. Some people are just cashing cruise. For some people, it's about a looter craze. But you don't play with people's lives. A lot of the businesses in that axis, EPZ axis, they employ tens of thousands of people.
Papa, I was going to ask a question. Sorry for interjecting.
Yeah.
You mentioned that I think it's the Indomie bunch, the guys that do Indomie. What's their name again? They are in the Tolerant. They are in the what's their business in Lekki Free Trade Zone?
Say again.
What's their business in the Free Trade Zone?
Well, they do warehousing. And the beauty of that is that the warehousings, even Amazon has a stake in that. Because most of the things they bring in transit, they store with them. And
sorry. Does Nigerian labor law cover free trade zones, or do they have like some kind of exclusion or whatever from? Does it cover, because Dangote is in the free trade zone, right?
Yeah, it's in the
does it cover that, or do they have some kind of rules that they can, some leeway? I'm trying to understand how that is applicable to the free trade zones.
Yeah, it covers them, but it's a 2-corridor thing. One part of it is facing the sea for export.
Oh, okay.
The second part is the back door, where whatever you produce there can, of course, be driven into the country in which we are operating. And of course, that's where the excise law comes in.
Okay. All right.
And that's where you are committed to an extent to the local laws concerning labor. Because people who work in that, they come from the country in which you are operating. So there is an intricate balance there.
Baba Ejo, to Nigeria, you may speak anytime you want to speak.
Now when it suits you now, isn't it? And I've already timed it. You guys have been talking for straight 30 minutes.
Okay, you do 30 minutes. Thank you. No problem.
I saw that you wanted me to talk. You are a man of, to an extent, a little bit of morality. The others lack it. And they pretend as if they want to.
Let's go to Nigeria.
Can you just shut up? Can you let me talk? Because at least he made a reference to, hey, he was about to speak when you all started speaking. But of course, we know the people without any sense of duty or morality or ethics that decided that let's just keep rambling.
I don't want to be moral, but yeah.
Okay, now don't be. And then you sit here complaining about your country, and you are here criticizing those people that are being immoral, unethical about Dangote. You see how useless some of our people are? They pretend as if they are not those people. But they do it every day. They do it whatever they are.
Make your point, sir. It's okay.
Small man, keep quiet.
Make your point.
You all do it every day. You do it every day, and you don't even see it. You pretend as if you are not those people that are trying to sabotage Dangote refinery. You tribalize everything. You politicize everything, whether it's good for the people or not. But when it suits you, you criticize because you think you are good.
Father, stop
And
pontificating. Go to the point.
The reason why
Stop
they don't.
pontificating. Go to
Can
the
you let me
point.
talk? Can you let me talk? That's what I'm talking. The reason why they don't like me to talk, because they know I say things that are inconvenient. When it's not, because to them they don't want to say those things when it's inconvenient.
Guys,
They don't want to say those things. Like when they browbeat someone like what's his name, man of prestige, to a point whereby he spent most of his time just praising the government, even when our country is not getting anywhere. That guy that just left just now is the lowest of the lowest. I used to think that he's quite honorable and ethical, but he would rather win an argument than actually.
True Niger, why are you fighting now?
No, because I am a little bit miffed because this conversation is not empty words.
No.
And you two should have done a better job of moderating. You didn't do that.
I hear you. You
didn't do that, and I let it go on, and you just left me there. Let them keep having mundane conversations that doesn't. They've already said it. They've already said everything.
Guys, but this guy came. But this guy came before.
I don't know why you all do it. Even when I was on the show earlier on today, when you wanted to mute somebody, somebody like Ekene, they just put him backstage. Why do you do that? You just try to intimidate people so that they believe what you believe. What is that? How does that get us anywhere?
Okay.
You have to call things, even when it's inconvenient. Allow people to speak their own point of view. Like what? Like let me address some of the points.
To Niger, you came in and you busting into an ongoing conversation. That is already interference. When
I didn't just bust in. I waited for a bit.
Wait. Someone was making a presentation, and he was going logically about his presentation. You just bust into it. You just.
I said, can I interject? They wouldn't even let me.
No,
interject.
You didn't say you can. No, I was good morning. All the wait.
And I greeted. I wanted to start greeting.
Look, guy, I'm not brain dead. I knew how
I can
you
bring the video back. I started with wanting to start
you
greeting.
don't. You see, I know how you came in and you just disrupted everything.
No. You all said I can play the. I can go back and play the video again so you can see it. When I started, I wanted to start greeting first, but they just started shouting at me.
We are not for disruption. Please just present your own and let us have a discussion.
How can somebody want to come and greet first, and the first thing they did was shout you down?
But someone owned the floor and was giving his own presentation. You didn't even let the person
interject each other all the time. All I wanted to do, I know
that was not interjection. That was a disruption.
It wasn't a disruption if it was just like every other person does.
How can someone be talking about? Someone was talking about the process on ground, the issues and challenges on ground. You disrupted. You didn't say, "Please, can I add?" You just say, "Good morning."
Yeah, but they didn't let me. They didn't let me even finish what I was saying.
To Niger, state your piece. You spent about 5 minutes just complaining. Say what you want to say.
They didn't allow me say what I wanted to say.
Now you have the opportunity to say it.
Can you stop going on, please? I have to address points because what's the point of talking when it's based on falsehood? I don't appreciate that.
We are waiting to listen to what you want to say, but you have been complaining for like 10 minutes.
Listen. Okay, that's 10 minutes now. It's not even. I stopped this clock around 30 minutes ago, and if I check the time now, that's when you guys have been speaking for 30 minutes. If I check the time, it's barely 3 minutes after I said it.
Now you have the opportunity, but you're still complaining about the past.
Yeah, don't tell me to move on. I have a right to say what I want to say. Don't try to moderate my speech. You have no right to that, and you will never have a right to that. So don't even try. Okay? So what I'm saying is that when our people pretend as if they want the best out of the country, but they are blinded and they don't want you to have your say because they don't like your say, it's just wrong. And we shouldn't be doing it on this platform or on any other platform. Anywhere I go, if I'm moderating, I don't do that to anybody. If a Southwestern person that's supposed to come in, I don't shut them up. They have their say. That's not how we are supposed to behave, because we have to get to the truth of things. If you don't get to the truth of things, you might as well be living in darkness. Like what Man of Prestige was saying, praising the current government. When I look at the debt burden of Nigeria, it's higher now. I don't understand why we are saying the debt burden, that's the servicing the debt is cheaper. It's actually higher now. I don't know where he got his figures from. Do you know that we have spent at least $5 billion subsidizing the currency today? Do you know that? Does anybody bother to say those things? Because we just want to
Where did you get this information from, non-prestige?
Check on the internet, you will see it yourself.
I'm not, but
Okay.
check where exactly?
Let me get it for you so you can see what I mean.
Thank you very much.
Nigeria defending the Naira. All I have to do is Nigeria defending the Naira and the information will come out. Maybe we should be checking whether this thing is still happening to today. This was in May, if I'm not mistaken, this report came through. They have spent already 4.1 billion. Let me send it in the private chat right now. Nobody checks, nobody asks, and when somebody wants to say it, are you surprised that some people want to shut me up? Because this narrative is what is going on everywhere. That everything is okay, the economy is stabilizing, everything is good now, and nobody's checking how much you are spending on our debt.
I don't think anybody thinks that way. No responsible government will leave its Naira to free flow 100%. You mitigate once in a while. And so far this year, you are correct. 4.5 billion has been spent to shore up the Naira. That's what they do. But it's unlike what we do before, and which is outright subsidy of 1.5 billion every month, which totality is about 18 to 20 billion every month. But we are in September and we spent 4.5 billion so far.
No, not September. This is in June.
In June.
They said the first half of the year. The first half of the year.
These things takes time. You get my point.
$8 to $10 billion now.
I don't hear anybody that people are quiet about. It doesn't mean they don't know. Even let me shock you, 20 state governments are still borrowing money, not to pay salaries, but for infrastructure. Governors are still borrowing internationally. So that we are not talking about it is not because people don't know how.
Okay, good. So my point is that why put the country through the hell we went through in the last 2 years, only to still end up subsidizing the currency at almost similar scale as before? You have to ask yourself, if somebody digs a hole and goes an extent to cover it, do you thank them for it? But when you've lost time, you've lost progress, and in our own case, we have not even covered the hole because the Nigerian GDP is not back to $500 billion. It's around $250-something billion right now. We used to be somewhere close to $500 billion at the beginning of 2023. By 2024, we are around $180-something billion. Our GDP. This is a president that came into office saying he wants to get our GDP to $1 trillion. To get there now, by current growth rate, it will take us 22 years. So this is why I try to simplify it and tell you that if you give me your house to maintain as an estate agent, I say, okay, your house is worth 500 million naira. But the next year I come back and tell you that it's worth 180 million naira. I say before you're going to get back to 500 million naira, it's going to take 22 years. Would you like that?
Okay, so what's the alternative, please? Because we heard everybody's pitch. Okay, going into the 2020 election, we heard everybody's pitch. It was very loud and clear. Okay, we knew the circumstances of the nation was in. I think all of us like to pontificate. Well, we understood where we were headed. So tell me, what's the alternative? What's the alternative policies that could have economic policies that any other individual could have engaged in that would have brought us to some? Okay, go on.
The alternative was when I came online, I said Tinubu had it in him to be the greatest president Nigeria has ever seen. Because
no. I don't care about Tinubu's greatness. What is the alternative?
Let me finish. That's what I want to say. I want to give you the reasons why I said that. Because when he came into office, Dangote refinery was coming on stream. The fuel subsidy bill has already been passed so that there's no fuel subsidy anymore. So he has financial wiggle room to the point whereby at least Dangote refinery will be fully functional and delivering petroleum for Nigeria. In other words, we don't need to import petroleum anymore, which normally consumes at least one third of our foreign exchange demand. 1/3 petroleum products cost that demand for dollars. If that goes away, as a government. If that goes away, you don't have any need to even be defending the naira anymore. You don't even have any need to defend it 1 penny anymore. But what did they do instead? He rushed straight up to float the currency before he even appointed his governor of central bank. He floated the currency straight because there are people that they have to please. There are interests they have to please. That's why they do these things. They know they are sabotaging their country. But when they tell our people these things, they don't want to hear it. I don't know what I'm going to tell you, but these are facts. He did it, but still, he's still defending the currency anyway.
To Nigeria, is it possibly because that no matter how sweetly you tell me nonsense, if I'm not,
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Oh, now you can hear me now. Sorry, I was just gonna say, no matter how you say sweet nonsense, I mean, if I know you're saying nonsense, I'm not just gonna say, oh, it's so sweet. It's nonsense.
Okay, tell me what I said there that was.
You are here complaining about devaluing the naira. There was only one way to do it. It was done, and that's it. Get over it.
It hasn't been devalued because
the CBN governor is a professional. Okay, you are not the CBN governor. Thank God you are not.
The CBN governor was not.
And the deputy governor. Well, now there's a CBN governor. He has deputies. All right. They have a way they come to an agreement. They do, I think they do a quarterly, whatever they call that thing. They do a quarterly review. They decide MPR. They decide if they're going to leave the interest rates the way they are. They decide all these things. All right, they are professionals.
Can I ask you a question?
So I don't need you to come on the online and be questioning their decisions. If you are so brilliant economically, you'll be there. You won't be on TV or on one man's platform.
Brilliant, I'm going to make sure I'm not there.
You are not there. That's the reason. The reason you're not there is because you're not as brilliant as they are. Because you consider that for 1 second?
Those people are bag carriers. Like a lot of even American congressmen are bag carriers today. You don't understand statecraft. Let me say this to you. I will ask you again. You say these people are so cool. If they are so good at what they do, how is the Nigerian economy and our state of affairs still like this? It's a simple question. If they are so good, don't you see that even if they are good, they will do the wrong things for the wrong reasons? Our people, all they care about is themselves. If somebody bribes them, they will do anything. They don't care whether it affects the country negatively. President Tinubu wants to be in office. He doesn't care whether he has to just devalue the Nigerian currency to please foreigners. He doesn't care. He will do that anyway. Because he will like, what do I care? It's not my business. They will be fine as long as me and my family are fine. This is what we do. But it is obvious. The numbers are there staring at you. I can bring foreigners, host a show, and present this case to them. And let's hear what they have to say. Any neutral person, they will say the same thing. You can't have your country completely capped and you say it's okay.
Really, the foreigners will say the same thing. Yet we've heard every single, international organization of repute say that the current reforms and the progress that the country is making is the right direction they need to be going. Moody's reports that we've been upgraded how many times now? We're doing very well. Not a single international partner thinks that we're going down the round.
Let me allow you to wait, Harold Bidiga. In 2022, our GDP, according to Emefiele's CBN, was, I think, 400 and something billion. Let me ask you, do you believe that?
Yes.
Well, I will tell you why.
Why won't you believe that when even small country like Singapore has more than $1 trillion GDP?
No, I'm not saying the size, but the prospect or the result from other sectors, other indices did not indicate or point to that direction. It was a cooked figure. Why do I say this? There is no way, as of that point, you are doing ways and means. Obaseki alerted us a couple of times going into 22 And Emefiele denied it vehemently, robustly, that we're not doing ways and means. Only for them to exit, and we're discovering they did 23 trillion of ways and means. And that, of course, negates the fact that our GDP was 420 billion plus, because then even the income per capita did not represent that. So that
Yes.
is exactly so.
You see, what you are saying,
GDP
about Emefiele, GDP is something that even as a nation, it's hard for you to be able to forge it, because foreigners are also looking at your transactions and the size of your country, your population, and the size of different sectors. That's how they evaluate GDP. You can't just forge it and you think foreigners will
but
accept it.
wait, you have a resident World Bank director. He collates from the local sources and passed on to Bretton Woods. That's how
Yes.
it works.
Yeah, but they have to have quality assurance, because if that's not the case, anybody can forge your GDP. You understand? If I was the one doing the job as a statistician and an analyst, you have quality assurance and you have a way to filter out biases and all the rest of it. That's how these numbers are done.
You know where they confuse the Bretton Woods Institute? It is because this thing is attached to our population. It is the population. And that is why that population is always a suspect. And that's why if you present 10 Nigerians today, standing side by side, put microphone to each person and ask what's Nigeria's population, they will all give you figures between 200 million and even 250 million individually.
Because it is accurate. If I ask you now, how many people you know that have less than 2 children, it will be few. The reason why that is the same number they used to extrapolate the population of the country. If you use that number right now, we can do the number, you find out that it's still 200 million, based on the number that they actually counted before.
Why is it a Nigeria's peculiarity? Because if you want to use what you are saying today, if we have to aggregate, let's go back even to 1960 then and look at Great Britain's population and Nigeria's population and aggregate it and look where they are today. Even the same thing for South Africa. There's something very fundamentally wrong there.
No, do you know why the number is not wrong? There are too many indices and what they call it, marker points for people to be able to tell, okay, this number is correct. One, you will look at this thing, bank numbers, you look at NIN numbers, you look at birth rate, you look at different average number of children a woman has. All those, if you look at all those numbers, they are pointing to the same thing. They are all pointing you to the same thing, because there's only a certain number of adults that have bank accounts. There's only a certain number of adults that have more than 2 bank accounts. If you look at all those statistics, you can distill it down and you still point
to Nigeria. What's the volume of NIN, registered NINs in Nigeria? What's the value?
I don't currently know, I don't have it to my head right now. The last time I checked, I know it was going to 100 million, if I'm not mistaken. So that
100 million NIN numbers in Nigeria.
No, it's going to that number. I don't know whether it's up to that number yet. And the bank accounts, I think
yes, just carry on along your trail. I just try to put that out, just as a perspective.
No, I understand. Sorry, what you are saying.
I don't mean to derail you. So
no,
carry
you
on,
see, Baba, you appear to be engaging a kind of in a more open-minded way today. See, the way I look at these things is that
today,
if you look at
always.
I know leko to Nigeria. Oh, leko ni o no asoro bai.
Oh God. You want me to say what I don't think? Because sometimes when we start talking about other issues, we will disagree. So I'll have to be honest with you. So on this one, see, because the numbers are there telling you what is going on with the country. And this government, when I saw them, okay, let me tell you, if I was Tinubu, what I would have done, that would have made me the greatest president of Nigeria. Now, we know we have security problem. And what is the problem? What is the problem with security after all? It's not a big deal. Is it not? Oh, we are losing almost $50 billion of GDP every year due to insecurity. So one of the best investments you can do is get your security in order. I will invest a lot of money in security, given that I've already removed fuel subsidies. Nigerians will be experiencing hardship. Now, that gap, that hardship period that we are going through, the petrol price would have been somewhere around 600, 400 this thing naira to a liter or something. So I will then go and reduce the demand for the dollar first. I will start bringing it down. I will start saying stop hoarding dollars, stop importing certain goods, at least for a year or so, while Dangote Refinery gets firing. When Dangote Refinery starts firing, I will now stop the people that are using our foreign exchange to go and buy petroleum overseas. If you want to buy petroleum overseas, you are welcome to buy, but don't ask us for foreign exchange. We're not going to use our foreign exchange to do that for you. Go and get your own foreign exchange. As long as Dangote is around, we can give him crude oil. He can manufacture petroleum for us and supply the local market. Fine, I'm good with that. Once you start doing that, what is going to happen is that because the petrol price now is coming this thing down and the demand for the Nigerian currency is actually appreciating, our GDP is going to rise, our income is going to increase, and at the same time, you can be able to leverage your GDP to get bigger loans. I'm not against loans. Small, tiny Singapore owes $2.something trillion, and they are one of the richest countries in the world today. So I'm not fundamentally against loans. As a matter of fact, I think we should be taking more loans because that's how the world functions. They call it loans, while in reality, they are just sharing money. Do they ever pay those loans back? They never do. They are just sharing money, and we are not playing the game, and our leaders are pretending as if they don't know the game because they are being paid not to get involved in that game. The game we should be getting involved in. Get those loans, use it to build proper infrastructure for Nigeria, encourage local manufacturing, because Dangote is one of the first that will start doing the local manufacturing and distributing petroleum all over the world. I will encourage more billionaires to start showing up in Nigeria. If I go to the Southwest, what do you have? You have a tie in the ground. I will subsidize it. I will give you everything you need to start manufacturing those things. Everything you need, the state will be on your side. If any union gets in your way, God help them. In terms of security, I will recruit 2 million people to be all over the country so that you don't have insecurity reduced in Borno State and it goes to Kwara. You don't have
I know I'm interjecting, I'm sorry, but how do you intend to train 2 million individuals in the short? I mean, you have to train them, you have to equip them, all the logistical support that will take. I mean, I think people think that security is just a small thing. Forget the numbers, forget the how much it will cost. Look at even the logistics. Look at the training. Look at the amount of individuals the amount of trainers you will require to train those individuals.
You can scale it up. There is technology now. You can scale up a lot of things. Right now, Nigeria can produce only 12,000 recruits these new soldiers every year. That is not good enough. You have to have all states being able to train people and generate fighting men and security officials. You have to increase our intelligence services by fourfold, because the intelligence services is the most efficient security operators in any nation. You increase them by fourfold so that these $50 billion that we are bleeding out, and not to mention the pain Nigerians feel. Many Nigerians leave Nigeria not only because of they just like to foreign countries. They leave because they don't feel at peace in their own country. Farmers can't go to farm. People can't do business. People close earlier. I know Nigeria can do 24 hours business. Because I was in Abuja. You can go to Abuja because Abuja is relatively safe. You can go to Abuja at 1 o'clock in the morning and go and cut your hair. But most parts of Nigeria is shut down because they are afraid for their security. You have to stop it. And you have the people on the ground to be able to do it. Many of our people are jobless. If you create 2 million jobs, that will stimulate the economy too. People will have money and you'll be able to tax them. On this, when you create one job, they said it also helps about 4 people. That is a knock-on effect. You are going to stop the loss of bleeding of $50 billion a year. You are going to secure the country. You are probably going to even do more oil exploration because the country is now safer. There are so many. It's obvious, isn't it? It's so obvious. I said it. I said Tinubu has it in his gifts. I thought that was their plan, actually. Because that's why I thought, because that's why Buhari did what he did. He allowed Dangote Refinery to come on stream. He removed the fuel subsidy. I thought that's what the groundwork that Buhari left for Tinubu. But instead, he just came in. The first thing he was doing is did everything to reverse all those changes and kneecap the country. Equivalent to what I said to Baba, that if you have a property and somebody devalues the value of your property, no matter what furniture they put inside, the value of the property has reduced. What are you going to do? Now you have to start increasing the value of the property again. That is what he has done to Nigeria that Nigerians haven't seen. And that's why I don't think he's the only person that has done this to Nigeria. Many Nigerian leaders have done it in the past, but this is the only one I've actually witnessed.
Does it occur to you that your property was actually not the same value you claim it was? Because that's the truth. The property that you claim was never that. It was lying to yourself does not make it so.
It's because of demand. Then that has taken the cost, the value of the property high.
Yeah, but I just showed you that he didn't need to. Those factors that they used to claim that our property is not worth that value is probably because of we are subsidizing depending on the naira. But they are doing it now. That is not the reason.
To Nigeria, what thing you must
should
realize.
have reduced the demand for the dollar. That is at the core of the problem.
Let me contribute to what you are saying. Look, there is just no way you can make omelette without breaking eggs. Because the foundation has always been faulty. The foundation of our economy has always been very, very faulty. And people throwing figures around, false figures around and parameters. Because I'm not shocked today that as of the level we are today, as per international economic standard, that is the value of my naira. If you marry it side by side with production, if production increases, our exports increased, of course, the value of the naira will show up. Will show up in the sense that cheap naira also attracts investors. One, two, also makes our exports very cheap. Yeah, and that is the advantage of China.
If you look at what is happening now, is Dangote refinery that is now pushing our exports up in real time. He's the major value-added manufacturing.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, give me the number of any other industry that is exporting as much as this in Dangote refinery.
Not as much as Dangote. Well, I won't say when it comes to value or volume. Yes, Dangote is a major player.
Is doing well.
But cocoa is doing extremely very well. Even other agri-products are doing very well.
No, I'm not saying they are not.
Shea butter was doing so well that the government had to clamp down on shea butter.
What about these beans, whatever? The one we
beanstalk or something?
Soybean. Everybody has to get soybean from somewhere else now.
Shea butter has been suspended in the interim.
It's been suspended, yeah, because it's doing so well, and I think the government wants to control the prices.
Cocoa exports, all those things. If you hear it, you know it's resource export. That is not good. I'm talking about value-added manufacturing now. Value-added manufacturing is what Dangote is doing, and that is exactly what we need. If Dangote were taking his petroleum and just sending it overseas, that's not good. But he's refining it and selling it. So if he's increasing the value of the crude that he gets, if he was getting it from Nigeria, that would have been better, isn't it? But he's not. He's getting it from overseas. Many of the crude that he's using now is getting it from overseas. But instead, even with that, he's still making profit. So he's the main person that is pushing up our. As a matter of fact, he's the main reason why maybe our the value of our currency is even appreciating. And I've always known that. And I've always known that. This is why I said his Bola Tinubu's strategy should have been that, okay, I will hold the fort with the money that I have now saved from fuel subsidy removal. I will use it to sort all our financial issues out. Then you leverage Dangote refinery to sort the financial issue out with the currency, while you also pursue policies to reduce demand for naira.
That's exactly areas. What they are doing. Except they are not coming out. That's exactly what is going on here. Where do you think they are having much more money to spend? Don't you see that the increase in spending?
The increase in spending is in naira. Let me explain this to you. So now I'm beginning to try to let you see it. Look at in 2022, the national budget in dollars was worth about $49 billion or so. In 2024, the national budget was worth about $28 billion. It might increase from the point of view of naira because the naira has depreciated, because they printed a lot of money, but it hasn't increased in terms of world balance of value of currency. It hasn't. It's depreciated, and this is what we don't see. Everything is
No. Wait, hold it there. What you are failing to see is that when a country starts printing money, let's say Tinubu starts printing money now, doing ways and means in this 2025, the devastating effect, will not start rearing its head until like 2029. And that is what we are, the evil effect of that is what that is still running the gamut of our economic life today. It's not a one-day event.
Let me add, the area you can say, I think most of his policies, you can see the effects almost immediately. The policies that you can say will take 2029, maybe it's the Lagos Calabar Highway. Even student loan, you can start seeing the impact within a few years. You can see that very clearly. In terms of foreign exchange, we all can see the effect almost immediately. We can see the effect on subsidy removal almost immediately. So it's not about waiting for time. The action is already done. The kneecapping has already done. Now is the fixing of the kneecap. Like I said, if I devalue your property, what you are going to now have to do is raise the value of your property again. Now we are in that process. The only thing we need to also acknowledge is this has happened to us, and it didn't need to happen that way. There was no reason for it to happen when we have Dangote refinery, a major strategic advantage, and in our back pocket. That's why I said Tinubu didn't even have to campaign for 2027 election if he had done some of all these things I said. He would be the greatest by far. But he chose not to do that for whatever reason in this world. And for me, if I'm so,
but you are also not looking at the investment being made in the oil sector, the new wells.
Like I said, this is fixing the damage that has already been done. Yes, all these things are good. I said it. If I devalue your property and put nice furnishing inside, it's still not going to. You are not going to still be happy until somebody decides that
to Nigeria, can I say something?
Than your property, please go ahead.
To Nigeria, do you know that if you go and start investing in Nigeria and things, and you make profits out of this investment, do you know you are committing this sin? Because you are discouraging individuals that might actually have intentions with some of this your doom and gloom. And if you then go behind their back and then you go and actually make profit in Nigeria, do you know that profit will actually turn to dust?
I have invested in Nigeria, and
you better don't know. You don't have any right to invest in Nigeria with this your statement.
No. See, why do you think I'm aggrieved? Why do you think I'm aggrieved? Business is lost money. Do you know Dangote business is lost money from floating the currency? MTN lost money. A lot of companies lost money.
Even in my small space at Nigeria, I mean, when the rents are paid back home, I get some back, and I go to Fifth Avenue. I enjoy myself, but I can't. That's not possible. Again, because when they collect it in naira, I ask them to change it into dollar and send to me. It's almost nothing. So we all suffered at different level individually.
Exactly.
It's a sacrifice we can make, because in the time of boom, did we complain?
Yeah, but that is what frustrates me now. The suffering was almost for nothing. You see, I've watched our people suffer for 60 years. Fela sang a song, Suffering and Smiling. Why is it that all that suffering? Are we trying to say that Fela time they were not suffering? They were.
That was in the 70s.
Yes, they were suffering since that time till now. We are still suffering, but we are not getting the result. It just seems very sad, because a lot of people don't have to work this hard to get the gains that they have made. And I find it very annoying and frustrating to watch a country where people work and work and work, and you just kneecap them. Do you know how painful that is? And people don't see it, and that's even worse. And this is why we never get anywhere. Why is it that other countries work, they see benefits, but we think we are the only ones that are corrupt? No, we are not.
But to Nigeria, tell me which country, okay? Because we like to name Brazil, Malaysia, Singapore. Tell me exactly how they got to where they got to without the reforms that the same government
when Lula came Arogidigba to Nigeria and introduced
I was going to even say Lula the other time. Yes,
Lula ended up in jail.
Lula, who is a socialist. So Lula is a socialist, and is a socialist of, like an activist socialist, and even he implemented reforms. Can you believe it? Lula was a socialist
because of that.
An activist socialist implementing the same reforms that you are complaining about.
No, the reforms is implementing. It's not implementing in a way that sabotages his country's
No,
GDP.
and in fact, you know what? You know one funny thing?
Go and check Lula's GDP.
No.
That
Go
their
on,
GDP is
in
dropped
fact,
100, almost 50%.
Brazil's economy has slowed down substantially because a lot of the reforms they didn't go the whole hog with those reforms, and they've slowed down. And if we fall into the trap of doing the midway reforms, okay, we would not go far
Okay,
either.
let
So
me give you an idea of
we need
what
to
I'm
go the
talking
whole.
about.
We need to do everything.
Or Arogidigba, let me give you a clear case here. I looked online. I said, is there any country in this world that their GDP has halved within a year when they are not at war and they are not facing sanctions? Do you know how many countries that has exhibited that rate? None. Go and check it
What of
yourself.
Argentina?
Exactly. I was about like you beat me to the punch. What about Argentina?
Exactly. Argentina's one was over 4 years, and they didn't even reduce by 50%. Go and check it yourself.
Argentina was over 4 years.
Yes, go and check
They
it
were
yourself.
literally every single day of the week they were tanking. They didn't make any progress.
They are tanking, but they didn't, not like our own GDP. Not like
wait, over what period did our own GDP fall?
Within a year.
Within a year, come on. Stop being funny. Stop being funny.
I'm telling you now, they got into office middle of 2024 GDP. Go and check it. The Nigerian GDP 2024.
We needed shock therapy. The economy needed shock therapy. There was just no way to go about it. Honestly,
yeah, but
I don't need Emir Sanusi to tell me that, to tell me on that.
Baba, it's a shock therapy that no nation has had to endure before. And worst of all, some people pretend they can't see it and praise the person that did it. No nation has had to endure that in peacetime.
Wait. To Nigeria, wait. Why are we here listening to you? You're not an expert.
No, what I'm saying is information you can have access to. So I'm not an expert.
I don't. No.
Information together.
Even the experts are not. They're not. No. Don't mislead individuals here. The experts are not saying
my hand anyway. I will have told you Singapore when Layuanku came in, but it was because after the war. So you use the war parameters to tie my hands because there have been economies.
No, if you're at war, clearly
time.
GDP.
No, I can understand. You put that. So that's why I didn't go that route.
Yeah, so that's why I said, because I had to qualify it to be fair to the Nigerian specific case. Because I wanted to find an example where this has happened before so that I see how they climbed out of it.
But we're in economic war. Because everything Emefiele fed us, everything Buhari fed us, we are all
was nonsense. Pack of lies. Absolute lies.
In Argentina, people were basically queuing, and yet their GDP didn't collapse like this. And their country is far more advanced than ours.
And if I may remember again, to Nigeria, Japan, when people were flying from skyrise executives and were committing suicide.
Yeah, because they had honor now. They screwed their country up. They had honor and they sprung from the.
I think in the 80s or so. I just had that brainwave now that Japan had that.
Those you see, most parts of the world, people have ethics, honor, and we don't seem to understand what that even means anymore. The Greece as well, not just tanking like over 1 year.
That was a basket case.
Yeah, so what is to Nigeria? So I mean, to Nigeria is here. It's like, you think we're illiterate? You really think we're illiterate over here? Like you can just feed us nonsense?
Give me the country. I will share the information with you and see whether that
Greece is not a country anymore.
Okay, let me check. You want me to check Greece? Whether Greece GDP fell? Okay.
Why is that? Check Turkey. Check Turkey too.
GDP. Oh my God!
This is a very funny guy. Baba, all these different countries are even going to. I think there was a South American.
We will bug him down today.
Yeah, there was a South American country as well that everything just tanked over. Like no. Tunisia, Baba, did Tunisia not have an incident as well? Sometimes around 2000, between 2008 and 2015. Tunisia, I think it's Tunisia, not Morocco. I think it was Tunisia. Tunisia had an incident as well where they had like very rapid currency devaluation and GDP.
Okay, let me share Greek's graph. Let's see.
There's a North African country as well that actually. wasn't
Yeah.
Egypt. It must have been Tunisia. It wasn't Egypt.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Greek one now. You can see their GDP graph since 1930, 70, or even 60. You see the gradual growth, and even if it comes down, this is minimal, then jump. You have more steep climbs than steep declines. But in Nigeria, if I put
What year
Nigeria
was
on,
that? What year? Follow
this
it.
year was the decline is from 351 billion to 326 billion to 296 billion. You see that
The year
decline?
of record is there in the graph.
Yeah. As
Yeah.
you can see, it's showing us 2011. As you see, they are look at this one.
No,
Okay,
we are
look at what
talking about even in
I want to show
the
you
late
one of the
90s.
steepest. Let me show you
The
one of
late
the steepest
90s.
decline. Okay, late 90s. Oh no, that's nothing. The late 90s, as you can see there's nothing there, barely any.
That's what I was referring to, not the current
Then
trend.
the Greek
We're
is
going
fine.
into economic history.
Okay,
Actually,
let's see which other country. Turkey. You wanted Turkey. Okay, let's see Turkey. If Turkey didn't go to war in the last 20 years, so hopefully they shouldn't be there. World Bank annual growth rate, Turkey. You are going to see similar this thing. Okay, this is growth rate, so it's not showing the
it's a
actual value.
yo-yo affair.
Yeah, it's the actual GDP you need. Turkey GDP. Oh, you see, growth rate is not good. GDP, not growth rate. Annual GDP. No, not growth. Growth is
Don't
always
confuse
showing.
yourself now. Slow down.
I'm just trying to find the GDP. I'm just trying to find the GDP. It's just being silly now. You see, the open economy annual growth GDP. Okay, this is GDP here, so not growth rate. So these are the GDP values here. Let's see, what is it? GDP growth too, because it seems to be GDP growth I'm seeing here. So this one seems to be growing actually. You see,
In what year did it tank? Look at in what year did it tank?
This year is 2020, COVID-19 year. And if you look at where it tanked from, it was 760 billion. Oh my God, I can't even believe this amount. And Turkey is just, Nigeria, I don't know when we're going to get here. 760 billion, then it tanked to 720. You see what I'm
country that
about?
manufactures its own fighters.
If I show you Nigeria,
if I show you
the Nigeria one, this is what the issue I have with the Nigerian this in GDP that occurred. Let's see GDP. Okay, this is GDP chart. So I hope they draw it because all this really can be funny. So from 500 and this thing at 14 and this thing, you see they removed it. They've not even included it yet. So let me go to World Bank that actually has.
Don't run away. Go back to that graph. Go back. Go back. Go back to that.
No. Because it's 2023. They stopped at 2023.
Wait. You stay steady tonight. What year?
2023.
Very good. So you can see the year it tanked or almost tanked. Is that the year during the COVID?
If you let me give you an idea. Look at 477, 2023. 2024, it dropped more than $100 billion. And that is half of 2024 that did that damage. That's
we lost half of during the
2023. So by 2024, that's the one I wanted to show you. So you see where it went to. Because that Tinubu got into office middle of 2023. By the time so the damage had already started just the moment he got in. So $100 and something billion in half a year already. He's already done that damage within half a year. $100 and something billion wiped out. So now we go
what damage? Let me learn from what you are saying. I just joined back. What damage?
Now let me show you the damage. So Tinubu took over middle of 2023.
Okay.
The year before that year, Nigeria GDP was $477 billion. 477, almost half a trillion.
The height at 2022. Yeah, 477 billion.
So by 2023, it had dropped to 363 billion. So that is over, I think, about 110 or $115 billion drop within 1 year.
Okay.
And not within 1 year, actually, within 6 months, because that's when the policy kicked in, within 6 months. So 6 months damage, 110 to 20 billion. Now we go to World Bank, this thing graph. Where is that again? I think World Bank did have their graph, GDP. World Bank does have it. I know I saw it. Because this one is annual growth rate, so it's not going to give you what you want to see. GDP. Okay, let me just put Nigeria GDP, World Bank. So not growth rate, just GDP. World Bank. Let me put it in World Bank. Don't give me growth rate. World Bank. Okay, I think that's the GDP. So I think they included the year. No, so now you see what I'm talking about. From 477, 2022 to 2024, $187 billion. So you see the precipitous drop that we are talking about. You will never see this in any other country that is not at war.
So what does that mean to you? What
I'm trying, my postulation is that based on this findings, you will never see this in any other country in the world. You will never see it.
You know, okay, you may not see it anywhere in the world. That's what you think. But there are several ways to look at it. If it defaults and nobody is lending us, is giving us loan, and
Ola, correct. Let him check Mexico. It happened to Mexico.
Let me check.
Without
war.
Check
Mexico. Okay.
Without war in the 90s. In the 90s.
Okay.
It went bankrupt.
Their
debt were forgiven, and before they could rise again.
if I hadn't checked it before, I would have said, okay, maybe you have a point, but I don't think that is the case. Let me see if I can find Mexico in this map. Mexico. I hope they have it up to that time, because sometimes these people are funny.
Because I remember that case very well. Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, where the three of them were owing about 70% of the world debt at that period in the 90s.
Okay, so let me pull up Mexico.
Even Brazil, I'm looking at Brazil as well. Brazil as well, they I mean, between 2011 and 2015 as well. Brazil had a sharp drop.
Okay,
for the bottom line to Nigeria, don't let's be bogged down on this.
And then the other sharp drop between 2017 and 2020.
Can you see it now? Can you see it now?
We are rebuilding. So when we are rebuilding, we don't.
Let me show you Mexico now. Let me show you Mexico. No. Mexico went down. This is one of the steepest drop you can see in Mexico within a year. It went from 55 billion to $380 billion. Not half of their GDP.
Okay, let me explain what GDP is doing. So
that is sometime in 1995.
The way you're analyzing it may actually be giving some kind of false impression. Now, this is GDP. Now, in the recent GDP that you see that drop in Nigeria is a function of exchange, not a function of the productivity itself. Now, it's just like situation before.
Yeah, that's correct. But they are two different things.
Exactly. You were producing 10 cups before, and just that cup, just because your local currency is strong, you understand? It raised your GDP. So now, okay, let's assume the GDP, a single cup before. No, let's say the total 10 cup we have before used to be $1,000, right? In terms of GDP. Now, it's a function of your currency. So, assuming that your currency now depreciate by about 3/4. Your currency depreciate by about 3/4. It simply means that you still have the same number of cups, but now the value now will now drop to 250. But it's still the same. It's still the same.
It's like saying. Hold on, what you are saying, it doesn't make up for the problem that it's going to cause, because you still have to buy things from foreign countries. The debt you owe them in foreign currency, you still owe. And when you depreciate it, so okay, if that is the case, maybe you should just reduce. Oh no, hold on. Let me give you an example.
I'm trying to explain to you, and you are giving me an example.
No, because this example I'm giving you now, or the question I'm asking you, is going to kind of get to you the point you're trying to make. Reduce the value of everything you own. Let me come and buy it, and let's see whether you like it. Do that.
Okay, hold it. This is the way I want you to see it. This is the way I want you to see it. Now, in our foreign earning, in our exports, we have tradable part and we have non-trade. We have tradable part that is determined by the international pricing. Now, the major source of government revenue, forest, I mean the import export revenue, you understand, is crude oil. Then we have some other materials like mineral resources, like a solid minerals, like a gold, like ferrite, like some other things. So all those ones are determined by the
Sorry,
international market rate.
qualify our revenue because we heard Sanusi earlier said perhaps it's 5% of our government revenue right now in crude oil. So
No. There's a difference between revenue and export earning. I understand what you are saying. You know, we have local revenue, we have foreign revenue. So I got your point. So the thing is this. The thing is this. Our tradables, right? We are talking of our crude oil now. So that one is determined in dollars. There are some like our gold, our solid minerals that are determined in dollars. Yeah, I got that. Now there are other components that you use the local value. You understand, to determine maybe you are sending your gari outside, you are sending your pandu outside, you are doing your textile and you are selling. Yeah, that one I can understand. I can understand what you are saying. So the fact that they are now cheaper does not necessarily make it bad. Here's the point. When our currency was strong, right, it is not attracting international purchase. It's not attractive. It wasn't good enough for exports. You understand? Instead,
but that is not the reason why we are not attracting.
I'm trying to give you basic economic.
No. Let me explain, because you are telling me things that everybody knows.
I actually came in to thank Ola for his in-depth analysis of the situation, because tonight you're a linear analyst. You take one variable and you're going to die on top of it. I was listening to the garbage you're saying about Nigeria is the only country in the world that its GDP was whatever, crumbled or was half, and no any other country ever suffered such a fate before. I was listening to you. I know there was something to it, and I'm glad Allah was able to explain in detail.
You said there's nothing to it. No, hold on. You can't just talk for the talking sake. Now you have to stand on it. Now, as gentlemen here, he has come here to say what I'm saying is completely rubbish. Now, give us your proof that I'm saying something wrong. Give us your proof.
Did you hear what I said? I said I came in to thank Allah for. Listen, I don't have to. Unlike you, I don't pretend to know everything.
Just came to
hold on. I don't pretend to know everything or anything.
If you don't know, then why are you talking about it?
No, but somebody's there explaining to you in detail, but you probably pushing back and arguing.
What you are doing is that you are saying because you agree with him without any evidence that he's right.
It's not a matter of agreeing with me. It's just the basic principle. You are just saying it's not a matter of agreement.
But he doesn't have any evidence for what the opposite that the case I've just made.
No,
if you want to show that I'm wrong, I will tell you thank you for showing me the light. I'm wrong.
This is SS1 economics, not even university level economics. This is
everything you are saying. I already know that, but your reasoning for why investors are not coming to Nigeria is flawed. Saying that it's because of the value of our currency. What? Nigeria is one of the cheapest countries to operate in. Energy was cheap, food was cheap, housing was cheap, labor was cheap.
Who is saying that that's not the reason investors are not coming to Nigeria? Who said it?
You said because of our value of our currency, it's encouraging people from coming to our country, and it's discouraging people from buying our goods. That's what you said.
What I said?
Yes.
You heard that one from my mouth?
I heard that from you. What was your reasoning? What was you said investors are not coming to our country? Hold
on. I said when our currency was strong, that one encouraged the Nigerians to import. But when our currency becomes weak, then we can export, because the foreign people that want to buy, they are going to buy shit from you. But when our currency was strong, we were importing.
let me give you something. Have you
No,
considered that?
no. Are you clear with that first of all?
I hear that point. I hear that point clearly.
So,
and I've had people make that
are you
argument.
retracting? Or are you retracting the old?
I'm not saying you are wrong, but I'm saying I'm just want to highlight something that a lot of people don't highlight. I see with many of our people is that we say something, we think that's where the point ends. Have you considered that currency that you've now depreciated? That's why I said you should sell your property, your value of all your things. Let me come and buy it, so you see how you enjoy it. What you are not realizing is that the money we used to get for exporting, let's say, 1 bag of gari, now we have to export 3 bags of gari to get that same amount.
That's not even the point. That's not even the point.
Hold on. Does that mean that the gari will make it any easier? Did we manage to make the gari any faster? So our people are suffering again for nothing.
Okay, just hold on. Now, when you say people are suffering for nothing, that's not the way you look at it. We are a developing country. A developing country that needs to build industry, that need to get our people employed, and that we need to develop a human capital.
See, now, you are just regurgitating principles that you heard. You don't know whether they make sense or not. You just say it.
Do you just want to talk?
Okay, try to be quick. Then try to be quick about it, because I'm a little bit tired.
Now, the thing is this. When your products are cheaper for the international community, you understand, they are more likely to buy from you than you. So that when it is expensive. Now, this is caveat. Are you now going to be sending raw materials, or you are going to be, you understand, or you are going to enhance, you refine, and you get a product from your raw materials and send to them? So the thing is this: there's a difference between when you are selling raw materials and when you are selling a finished product or intermediate product.
That I agree with.
No, you are just saying exactly.
Okay, that point already made it earlier on. I that's why I said Dangote is one of the biggest value-added manufacturing in Nigeria. But the point I'm trying to make to you that you fail to see is when I told you devalue your property, let me come and buy it. You don't seem to understand that when you devalue, there are consequences to it too. It's not just you're just selling. There are consequences when you devalue your stuff. And that is the issue I have with many Nigerians. They don't understand that this government came, their first duty, what they did was devalue Nigeria immediately. They devalued Nigeria when we are not an exporting economy. We don't even have the industry to do the exports.
To Nigeria, you are using the wrong state. That's not correct. Okay. They did not devalue Nigeria. All they did was to correct the value. They did devalue us.
No, they devalued it.
It was never that value. We were borrowing to sustain what wasn't ours.
No. It was ours. You see, that's your mistake.
How was it ours?
See, it was ours.
Okay, what did he do to what did he do to devalue the naira? What policy did he take that devalued the naira? Tell me.
Because he floated the currency so that
foreigners. What were we doing? What were we doing previously before we floated the currency?
It was being defended.
Also.
So let me
at what cost? At what cost? And how are we funding? How are we funding that action?
There was too much money in circulation from the printing from the previous government. This thing we're supposed to climax to the point of destroying the country anyway. And we thank God for Tinubu with such tenacity for coming in. And unlike Tuniger, look at one damn variable.
Tuniger, do you understand the consequence of when a central bank? Tuniger, do you understand the principle of when a central bank borrows money, which is your money? I hope you know that. They go and borrow money against your money for them to be printing the naira essentially. You might not lose the value of your money now, but down the road, you've lost it. Do you understand?
The Nigerian government is borrowing money doing the same thing now. If you let me explain it to you, I would have explained it to you. Sorry, Ola. Sorry, Ola. Let me explain.
I know Tuniger keep muting me when I'm talking, but
no.
I'm not upset.
You finished talking when I muted you. See, let me explain it to Gidigba. I think what you are saying about defending the currency, you can even do what they call managed devaluation. Ideally, for any nation, you don't even want to use foreign currency. You only want to get it. when you sell goods. That's the ideal condition. Anybody that done science knows what they call ideal condition. So you don't want to use your currency to buy anything. You want everybody to buy.
You're making an assumption that we can manage it.
Let me explain.
Hold on.
Please. Let me just explain this. I'll give you all the time to explain your own. See, if you stop our demand for dollars, if you reduce it, which amongst many governments in Nigeria, this government had it in its gift because Dangote Refinery had come on stream. All the previous government didn't have that gift. This government had it. They could reduce the demand for the dollar, and they could also discourage the use of the dollar in so many ways and stop speculation. But they didn't do it. What they did was they just left it open for the foreigners to determine the value of our currency. And when they let it fly, they found out that, you know what, if we do this, you are going to destroy the country. They had to intervene again with billions or billions of dollars spent just to keep it at a rate that is even not benefiting us. It's not, in other words, you just got backward for nothing, for no benefit.
To Nigeria, let someone interject.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Look at this. You have improved. And this ChatGPT is teaching you some economics. That's very good. But then, don't just take it from the theoretical part, because the way you apply economics in Nigeria will be totally different from the way you are in Argentina. So you have to look at the environmental variables. Look at the situation we're painting to you. You think by basically devaluing the Nigeria currency that the house, you're assuming that the property that was sold for 20 million when it was the exchange was $400 to $400 to $1 will remain at 20 million. No, you are wrong on that property. It has to. So that's not the way to measure. The first place you look at it before is this: if your rent was 100,000 last year, is your rent still 100,000 this year? They really know. So when you have such level of that inflation, those people that own that property locally, they want to move it up. So properties are not like a regular commodity. Just to take that a wrong example out of that. Your house was selling for 40 million in Lekki when last year it's no longer 40 million now. You'll be shocked that you'll be paying like about 120 million now. So it's going to respond to all those ones. So it doesn't mean the foreigner will just carry money and come and buy property. That's not the type of investment we are talking about. We are even talking of the commodity that are the consumer commodities now.
Do you know what you are describing? Let me just interject quickly. What you are describing is the aftermath. In the initial stage, if they wanted to speculate in our currency, this is where all the losses came from. Where do you think all the money went to? All the money has been harvested out of Nigeria because some speculators
let's forget about the initial shock. Let's forget about the initial shock now. Let's just talk of what is going to happen in the long term. The point is this: it is all about our attitude. Our attitude to call for.
Okay, before you go now, give me 5 seconds. Say, to Nigeria, you have. You're like my younger brother. You're never wrong, but when you make a submission, you're like only 5% or 10% correct. But the point, you make it sound like Nigerians were more than happy to invest in that country. We heard about, even Sanusi said it, that rent seeking and this arbitrage and all this. They were just siphoning the money from the economy. They were not investing in the country. If they had been doing the investment all along for the past two decades or so, the country would not be in the situation it was when Tinubu came in. They were not doing that. They were just stealing money left and right. You make it pretend like, they were investing, doing all the right things, and Tinubu came to mess things up. That was not the case to Nigeria, and I know you know that.
I don't know why we keep saying that Tinubu came in and made a total chaos. No, he didn't. I keep telling you, when he came in, I said this guy, he's the luckiest president in Nigeria. He came in at a time, and like I said, he had a gift that no other president has had. A major refinery for 25 years. No government had had that gift. He had it in his pocket. Then he also had the subsidy removal in his pocket. For better or for worse, President Buhari increased more than double the spending on defense. He could have taken it to another level and transformed the country. Man, don't blame me for saying why. I don't know why we keep saying that the country was totally on its knees. When he came in, he removed the previous subsidies. He had financial wiggle room. He had the wiggle room to do whatever he needed to do to solve our debt issues and all that. He didn't have to spend almost $20 billion or $10 billion paying fuel subsidies anymore. But yet, he decided to decap the economy to the point whereby we are still doing the same thing for less. How is that fair? It's not fair. We are doing the same thing that we were doing before for less now. That is my argument. If you look at that graph, it annoys me because South Africans, they are looking at us, they laugh at us now. Egypt, everybody's laughing at us. And some of us Nigerians are just defending this.
Okay, let me just, even before you even discover this thing, because you think that when you have such kind of policy that the country will not reset, it is normal. When you have such level of policy, you take subsidy off, you understand, and you take the amount you use to defend Naira that was not actually achieving the purpose, because the same rogue that was stealing subsidy, that was stealing the fuel subsidy, the same set of rogue are the same people stealing that subsidy on Naira. So it became very necessary for those two things to be removed. It is normal. There will be shock. That was why it was reported that I think close to 800 factory closed, manufacturer closed at that time. The question you want to ask yourself is this: were those people really manufacturing, or they were importing finished goods and rebranding? You understand? Those are the questions you want to ask yourself.
That's a very good question. You see, most of all these things is an administration problem, and to an extent a policy problem. Like even in Nigeria today, you can run the country better, but this is why I find it hard. It's an administration problem. Like all those people that are busy taking money from the central bank, could the government not have stopped it? How did Tinubu stop it? So they could have stopped it, but they didn't do it. They pretended as if it was a ghost problem that you have to destroy the value of the Naira to solve. These people are playing, they are conning us. I feel like it's a con game. They deceive the country, make us look like, okay, we are actually working for something, but we are not getting anywhere. You know how hamsters are put on the wheel. They keep running around the wheel, thinking they're getting somewhere, but they're in the same place. And that's what I think our leaders are doing to us. Observing what happened here is an example. I've never seen this happen in real time. And I remember watching the video of Obasanjo in 1999 being sworn in. He said Nigerians should be patient. Nigerians should be patient. Change is coming. The next president, Nigerians should be patient. And all of them, they pretend as if they are moving the country forward, but they keep kneecapping it all the time. When they could have easily driven the listing for that, because Nigerian GDP was over 500 billion already. We should be heading easily towards $1 trillion. That was all the way back in 2014 or so. But yet, look at where we are today. We are coming from 570 something billion to 180 something billion. How did we run our own country to the ground like this? It really takes a doing, and it's deliberate. It's not by accident. And this is what I try to point out, that there's a con going on in that Nigerian space, and we keep playing tribal games and accusing each other when we should be seeing it for what it truly is. They are conning us. All these leaders, for whatever reason they are doing it.
You see, you are not even allowing me to. You are not even allowing me to even give you the detail of what I want to, because I will take our cement industry as a case study. You see, one thing is this: when Obasanjo came, right, there was this all these noises that factory were closing, even including those people that were importing. They said we are closing. Now let's go back to our cement factory as at that time. Even despite the fact that our local consumption was far in over 10 million metric tons, just as a sample case, I don't know the number for sure. Now, when we're talking of those factory, I think the government has about 6 or close to 10 cement factory that was being controlled as at that particular point in time. So now, what these guys were doing? They were basically, importing cement. You understand? They were importing cement, and they will rebaggage it. You understand? They will rebaggage that cement, and that is what people were calling production, right? But when government intervened and they gave all this, the like of Dangote, Bua, Even Lafarge that you see, there was a point in time that Lafarge, I think he was producing about around 1.5 million metric tons. You understand? That basically, locally. So they were basically importing. And what do you think importation will do? We just put pressure on put pressure on Naira because the demand for dollar was high. Now, when Obasanjo introduced his local content things and brought the like of a Dangote, Bua, he talked to Lafarge, all of them, you know, he issued them license. So the license will basically means that they will import for a while they put infrastructure in place. So before you know, a lot of people started coming, you understand, because it was a place to run trip, it was a place to import something very cheap from from China and rebag and sell in Nigeria. You know, as at that time, we're producing, let me just say, almost nothing locally in cement. But if you look at our local production today, in Nigeria today as at now, even just for Dangote, Bua Cement and Lafarge, we have installation capacity of 62.75 million metric tons in a year. You understand? And this thing improved drastically from Jonathan administration, because the person that put the finishing touches to that was actually Jonathan. When he now said, okay, going forward, you are not going to import cement. You understand? No, you know what will happen that time? Cement went up just to make sure that they painted the government black, all those stuff. You understand? But today, Nigeria is a net exporter of cement. You understand?
Yeah.
So what am I saying here is this? That's shock that happened that place. Whenever you see major government policy, there'll be shock in the economy. You are not going.
See,
everybody.
I accept that 100%. When you said when there is a major government policy, there is shock. I accept that, but the shock should be for something. This is what I'm saying. It's not like why do we always talk about nothing?
You are not listening now. You are not listening now. When government removed that, now you understand, we freed 38 billion that was supposed to be going to subsidy. Now, as I speak to you today, Lagos Calabar coastal highway is ongoing. We are saying the shock should be something. Then Lagos Sokoto super highway is going. There are major infrastructure going on in that country. Airport is being remodeled. The National Civic Center in Abuja is being remodeled because of those ones that I can remember. Then you have a lot of infrastructure going on in that country. All those money are going there. You know, in economics, that is what you see as investment. You are investing in the means of production. All those roads, they are critical.
The roads are good.
Just hold on before you give another excuse.
You are going long, bro. How many hours? You want to give a lecture? Is that what you want to do, Ola?
I'm going long when I've not even spent a minute just even trying to articulate.
A minute? Okay, please go ahead then. Let's see what 3 minutes look like for you.
Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Now, you are not going to construct road in 6 months. So, and maybe probably let's give an average of a road construction to, let's say, 3 years. Now, you look at it this way. What do you think is going to happen when you have Lagos Calabar Coastal Airways? There'll be new community coming on, real estate, industries that be coming up there. You understand? That we already engage our people. We engage our people there. So when you look at those things already, because you ask me now for what purpose, and I'm not telling you of the purpose now. That initially we don't have money for critical infrastructure projects. Instead of having that money for critical infrastructure projects, all those crook leaders, they were sharing the money in the name of subsidy. The money, that subsidy was taking away jobs. That money, that subsidy were taking away social infrastructure like hospitals. Are you aware there are some hospitals projects that are going on too? Are you already? You mentioned student loan, because you are saying you are not seeing the part, but you talk of student loan now. You understand? So a lot of things are going on because we free fund. We are not borrowing like we're borrowing aggressively. Then the ratio of our debt service has moved below 50%. Before, it used to be above 100%. Towards the tail end of Buhari, it moved to 97%. But today, it is below 50% now. It is below 50%. So if you are telling me that those policies, they are not bearing fruit, then how will you move from using 97% of your revenue to service debt to now less than 50%? Just make it make sense to me.
So
I will not pay. I will not do student loan as at that time. Make it make sense to me.
So
I will not doing this type of road construction without aggressive debt as at that time.
Let me add to this. You see, the Buhari government, with all the handicap they have, with all the shortfall in revenue and due to collapse in crude oil price and everything, is known as the most one of the major infrastructure builders in Nigeria. I think maybe there are only two that can eclipse it, which is that of Gowon and maybe Babangida. So even with other handicap, Buhari was able to do that. So saying all this stuff that you're saying now, when you have removed subsidies, you don't have to do that anymore. It's just a cop out. We can see based on the GDP of the country and our resources that we have, we can be able to borrow money. And Nigeria is one of the least indebted nations in terms of the GDP to debt ratio. So let me just. I'll conclude faster since you are coming in. I'll conclude faster.
I don't want to talk. I mean, I don't talk. Okay. I just want to your question to the infrastructure you're talking about. What about it? What about the infrastructure that under Boris administration that's so impactful to the economy?
One of them is train lines, and we forget that train lines are doubly important. They carry heavy goods. They are not like roads that get damaged when heavy goods roll across it. And those heavy goods are the roots and the basis of industrialization that will lead the country to become prosperous. So those are the things that he really worked.
Sorry, hold on. So I mean, maybe I'm unaware, obviously. Could you tell me the route for the cargo trade lines that you're talking about?
I think the ones he has worked on, Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna. I think the one in Delta City did that too. I think he's doing one. He's renovated the train lines from Lagos up north too. And I gather that they are also renovating the ones in from River State to all the way to the north. So there are major train lines that he has worked on. I'm sure there are others I missed out that he has worked on. And he also did quite a lot of this road construction too, which is fine. I'm not having bridges.
My last point is that, listen, I made a point like a day or two ago. See, when it comes to Buhari's, giving Buhari's credit for infrastructure, fine, because it was under his administration. But Buhari was a terrible leader, perhaps the worst leader that we cannot blame. Why can't we blame him? Because he never made any initiative. He didn't have any good idea at all about anything. So even this infrastructure thing we're talking about, perhaps they spent, I don't know, let's say $1 trillion on this infrastructure project that they probably should have spent like half of it, or maybe 100 billion naira for the project. It was a big waste. See, I know it must have been a big waste and a slush fund somewhat, because we know very, very, very well did not monitor anything. It was not aware of what is going on in the country. We saw what Emefiele did and the rest of those criminals. We saw what they did. So, it's good to give them credit, but at the end of the day, the cost of those projects to the country, I'm not sure how beneficial it was. That's my point.
See, whatever Buhari or Emefiele and the others have done is no different from what all the other governments have done. They are all just as corrupt. I think somebody was telling me the other day, do you know that Obasanjo was bringing bag of money to Senate floor? So these are things we know in Nigeria already. In the case of
you are telling me that you only just realized that the other day?
No, I realize that, but I'm just trying to express to him that when he tries to point fingers at the previous government, we should also realize this is something that all the Nigerian governments are doing. And in the context of Emefiele too, you have to also take into account some of the transformation that happened under his administration. Let's make no mistake, in Nigeria, I was in Nigeria 2020 before COVID-19 struck. I had to go to ATM. When I went to Nigeria last year, I didn't go to ATM once. I went to POS, but never to ATM. So it told you that whatever happened in Nigeria, he did do some work. And in the case of Dangote, this in Dangote refinery that was constructed under Buhari's term in office too, that is something he nurtured and made sure he saw to fruition. I believe that if Buhari was
sorry, that was Jonathan. That was Jonathan. Let's just
no. Jonathan gave the approval to be built.
Guy, that is started
but the building. Sorry.
And
Sorry,
what credit does Buhari deserve?
The construction in Lagos started under Buhari.
Guy. Let see. There's a wrong notion about this.
You want me to show you evidence on that too before I can check it now?
Permit me, timing. Just give me 2 minutes. Let me explain something about that infrastructure. You see, the notion of infrastructure that we are missing here is this. When we are saying someone develop infrastructure, we have to match your influence on both private and public infrastructure. So infrastructure under a regime is not limited to public infrastructure only. Let us be careful there. Now, go on public infrastructure and a law. So public, because public, we include the state and all those things. You understand? No match. Then, in reality, Buhari did not build infrastructure better than Obasanjo, because we have to consider 1979, 1975 to 1979 as well. If you like, I call it Murtala Muhammad Obasanjo. Now, when you are building infrastructure, cost component, everything, you have to look at everything. You understand? Before you can actually now say, okay, you give kudos to this guy. Look at this. Obasanjo between 1999 and 2007, he focused majorly on private driven. You understand that you understand infrastructure. So there's no way you are going to take all those infrastructure in the banking sector, all those telecommunication infrastructure that came on under Obasanjo, and all those private people that build one infrastructure or the other. So those are the both private and public is what you are going to aggregate together to look at how did the policy of that government affect infrastructure. So on private, Obasanjo performed very well.
Let me give you an idea.
To the public,
in the area I see, because I try to use what my eye can see, the area I see on the ground that Obasanjo was transformational during his time in office was the area of telecommunication. That is
it was more than telecommunication.
Yeah, but that is one that is obvious that I can see with my eyes.
He said the policy for all this rail that we are not crediting, we are not giving the credit to Buhari now, because it was the first person to.
At least Buhari didn't get in the way. Buhari didn't get in the way of it. See, fine. What happens?
No. See, it secured the relationship between Nigeria. After paying that debt, it was the one that put that template that this Prince Adeshina or this man that used to be NRC MD that time. You understand? They approached China, all this consortium. You understand? Because China already had the sovereign fund target international investment. So they secured the negotiation. From the diplomatic level is the most difficult, right? They got that one in place. It was that Yar'Adua delayed, was not going forward after they reversed that refinery sales. Then when Jonathan came to that place, he revived it. Unfortunately, that thing was already more expensive than initial, that was used to be initial. So for the Chinese people to have confidence in Nigeria, they have to force Nigeria to pay a particular amount. If Yar'Adua was doing it before, probably we won't be paying that amount. You understand? So the cost increased. So Jonathan started it. You understand? Jonathan started it. And what this group just came to do was just to do a crook under Buhari. They did a lot for Magomago to enrich themselves. I mean, she will not deny that. It's one of those politicians that has never denied that he stole in Nigeria. He is one of the politicians that has never denied that fact. So those guys just manipulated just to force things. But in the way, in the way they were forcing it, they now did that recklessly to the point of running us into serious debt. Meanwhile, the policy, the strategy in place before, we were not supposed to find ourselves involved in that level of debt we got ourselves into. Now, you can see Tinubu now is not investing. While it's investing, even our debt ratio You understand? Our revenue to debt servicing ratio was reducing. From 97, he paid the debt of a predecessor.
If it doesn't reduce, you should have been shocked now after he removes fuel subsidies. You should have been shocked if it didn't reduce because he got extra money.
Okay, you can say whatever. It's going to even reduce more next year, and there will be more infrastructure next year. It's going
things
to
are going to see. If you are trying to say whether things are going to improve, things will improve in Nigeria.
In but 2 years.
No, let me show you something. Let me show you something.
I will keep quiet after this statement. In 2 years, Tinubu has relatively done more than what Buhari could have done in 20 years. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just show you something that I noticed in the Nigerian graph. And I will investigate African countries for this graph. Because if you notice, from 1998 to 1999, when the civilians came into office, our GDP again was downgraded heavily during that period. Most people probably didn't notice what was happening, but it was downgraded again very heavily for whatever reason, I don't know. And I worry that our people, this has been going on historically. We've been downgrading ourselves, and our leaders have been doing it. And because we don't observe these changes on a macro level, we don't see it. And because we don't see it, we keep wondering, why is it that our country is dysfunctional? And you can see why a lot of people feel frustrated with Nigeria. They curse Nigeria, they say all kinds of things. Because all this while we've been working and nothing seems to move. Look at this precipitous decline after civilian regime came into Nigeria. It should be boosted up, not going down. But yet, it came down. Somebody devalued the Nigerian currency heavily. I'm sure it's true currency, not through any action. Somebody devalued it to set us back. And I worry that this has been a pattern in Nigeria, so that we as a country remain strong enough not to collapse, but weak enough not to industrialize. That seems to be a plan. I don't know why our people will go through this and we accept it. Any country see their GDP fall like this, they will sack that leader and they will make sure nobody names their child after that leader's name again to sew it in. Because this is a disaster happening to our people over and over again, and nobody observes the macro changes that are going on. Because these things affect everything. It's like your credit rating or your ability to borrow money. If you have 10 pounds in your pocket, who is going to give you this in 50 naira? Nobody will give you 50 pounds.
Let me push a question to you now. Let me push a question to you. Now, you want to nail Tinubu for floating the naira and removing the subsidy, right?
Yes.
The question
no, not the subsidy, the naira. The subsidy was valid. They have valid arguments.
Okay, so what were you expecting Tinubu to do about naira?
What he should have done was discourage the use of the dollar, which I found very alarming in Nigeria. It's even worse in Ghana, where they are even spending dollars in shops in Ghana, which is, I don't understand how Africans do this nonsense. You are spending foreign currency in your country, sabotaging your nation. They should have reduced our demand for foreign currency and used the money that he has gotten from removing the subsidies to invest in other areas while Dangote refinery comes on stream. When Dangote refinery comes on stream, that will be another boost to the naira, because now you don't even have to defend it at all anymore. You don't have to, because Dangote refinery is replacing our crude oil.
You said it. The next question is this. Now, do you believe that there is a corruption around our forex? Do you believe there's corruption?
I think the most damaging corruption in Nigeria is around our forex.
Okay. Now, how long do you think this forex corruption has existed in Nigeria? For how long?
I think if I am looking at this graph, I would say it has existed right from the beginning. And I saw a video of a Babangida official coming online. He was online saying it, that every time IMF came, they would tell them to devalue their currency. And sometimes they would debate it a little bit, but they always do it. And they know it's wrong. You see that? They know it's wrong what they are doing. They do it anyway. This is something that goes back to the 80s.
Okay, they know that for us to devalue our currency is wrong, right? Is that what
yes, they know it's wrong, and they do it. Like,
okay.
Nigeria used to protect some of their industry. IMF comes and tell them not to protect their industry, and they will do it.
Okay, why was the United States of America warning China when they wanted to devalue the currency in 2011?
Because China does because China does a lot of exports. So if
Okay.
if China devalues its currency, its exports is going to magnify and reduce America's competitiveness. So America doesn't want that, where China keeps exporting its goods cheap, and America has to, manufacture its own goods at higher cost. It means that people are not going to buy American goods,
Okay.
and the trend remains the same today.
Okay. So do you agree with me that just because the Chinese currency is weaker, that is what positioned them to be a net exporter rather than a net importer?
Yes, it gives them
Okay.
it makes them dominant in exports because
Okay.
they can sell it cheaper. Remember, at the core of it is a human being is working and they have to earn a certain amount. You can only devalue it to a certain point. If you devalue it too much, it's going to damage those people.
Okay. Why did you think Babangida was trying to before SAP? Why do you think Babangida was trying to devalue our currency in 1986?
Because he was advised to do it, just like he was advised to open Nigerian market so that they can compete with international traders. In other words, they protect their own industry, but they tell us not to protect our own. And our leaders listen to them.
No, it is not. Let me tell you. Sometimes you think all these Western country or foreign company, you think they are all out there just to finish the economy. It's not always like that. This is it. You see, when their own capitalists want to a means to compete, you understand, they are looking at moving part of their production, you understand, to your own country. It is not necessarily because of you. It's just because of their capitalists, they can move their production facility to your country and produce for your country, export to service their customer locally. Now, if we had followed that structural adjustment program the way it is, today, Nigeria would have been a major exporter, would have still stayed the biggest economy in Africa today, because it simply means that we will have seen improvement in our textile, because buying goods from the United Kingdom and dropping it in Nigeria will become unfashionable, because it will be too expensive for you to spend your money, because whatever you are earning is too small to consume products getting in the UK. Whereas what we are producing in Nigeria, you understand, the people in UK will get multiple of it, because of
yes,
the economy.
but that you see, when you were saying that, I was thinking about it.
Just hold on. What it means for us locally will have been the reduction of poverty, because when they are bringing job to your country, the first thing you first of all look at is this: you are reducing poverty. If you I didn't mean we implemented a structural adjustment program very well, Boko Haram probably would not be in the northeastern part of the country today. All those bandits you see, they will probably not be the way they are today, because they will no tools. Probably they will be factory workers that will be dealing with just like Mexican coming to United States of America for low pay job. That is exactly what would have happened in Nigeria.
Okay,
Let
me explain to you why that would have failed.
Before you answer,
and it failed, by the way.
In regards to infrastructure, it's for example, in the West, in America, when they want to invest in infrastructure, is because they want to create jobs. Now, with all the trillions of naira that Buhari spent, how many jobs were created in the infrastructure sector, construction sector in that country?
You were saying? Sorry, go ahead. Repeat that again, please. I didn't catch that. Can't hear him anymore. You muted yourself. Oh, your audio is shaky.
Okay, I'll come back later.
No, I can hear you now.
We can hear you now. Okay, let me give you his question. His question is this: instead, with all the billions of dollars that Buhari spent on infrastructure, how did it translate to job creation?
How it translated to jobs? One, in the construction of the the sites, people have to work there, and in the management of these services, people have to work there, and in the productivity that is gained in terms of people now being able to ferry those roads and rails, tracks, people will be more efficient, the economy will be more productive. So that probably increases security, an element of security. Because if you have a system that is breaking down everywhere, the roads are not navigable, you can see that it will be more difficult to travel freely at night. And law enforcement will find it difficult to get to different locations where they need to get to enforce the law. So it has a lot of knock-on effects that improves productivity within the nation. And Buhari did say that that's why he's doing it. And one of the points he made when they were interviewing him that I thought was valid, he said, our roads are not designed to carry heavy load. That if you don't build train lines, how are you going to industrialize? He made that as a common sense statement, that we are not going to go anywhere if he doesn't do these things. He doesn't want to do popular things. He just wants to do what is right. I actually trusted him on that point, and he was right. That if you don't build train lines, how do you do heavy lifting? Like, I was standing here in the UK and I saw a train come past me. I can tell you that I was standing there for almost 3-4 minutes. The train has not finished going past me. That is how long it was. It was carrying heavy stuff.
Okay, let me now, maybe probably you were one of those people that is against Lagos Calabar Super Coastal Road. Now we make reference to that of Buhari. You see, during Buhari administration, I strongly believe that they violated the Local Content Act, because the way I believe Obasanjo designed the local content percentage was that Ajakuta, for example, will be developed, and also that the resources they will use to develop our rail will come from Ajakuta. So, and some other materials then plus local labor. I think those areas were actually violated. But in terms of labor, I think they got some labor locally from Nigeria for that infrastructure. But how much content of those things used to build a rail and road sourced from Nigeria, I cannot say that one in affirmative. But I can tell you today that the cement being used for Lagos Calabar Coastal Road are probably 100% from Nigeria, because over time we've developed capacity to supply that local to meet our local consumption, including the rail. So under this guy now, we are likely having adequate local content for Lagos, Calabar, and all those roads being constructed in Nigeria today. So we can see from what Buhari did, you can't match the job created and the infrastructure created to the local job, because if you are saying that, we start asking simple question. Then what were the value of taxes from all these people you employ? Because when you employ so much people, you should be expecting taxes from those people, and you should be expecting those people to spend money locally, because you could not have built such kind of infrastructure without seeing the direct impact on the local economy. So those are the things you have to look at.
Okay. Let me add to this. You know how much it costs to build an ultra large steel power plant? From what I gather, is somewhere between 10 to 15 billion dollars. And Nigerian government, the last time I checked, they even borrowed $21 billion this year. So they could even borrow $5 billion for a 4 or 5 years period to construct this 5 million ton steel plant. But they don't do it. This is the key to Nigeria being industrialized, but they don't do it. And you see that they are willing to spend money on any other thing. Like they've spent almost 10 billion now. They are going to spend almost 10 billion this year on defending the Naira. While in reality, that same amount is halfway through to building a modern steel manufacturing plant.
No, where do you stand? Where do you stand before I say? Normally, you were blaming government for floating Naira. And again, you are saying they are going to spend about 15 billion to defend Naira. Where exactly do you start?
No, because they are doing both now. Is that not the problem I have with it? They floated the naira and still end up defending it. What is the point of that? It's a waste of resources and suffering.
Now the question is this: where did you get in your information they are defending it?
I just gave you a link earlier on this year. By June, half of the year, they've already spent $4.1 billion defending in naira.
Give me the link. I don't want speculation.
It's in the private chat. I already put it in the private chat.
Thank you. I will look at
so that is in Punch this thing. And before that, they spent $8.something billion. I think Rawani was addressing it earlier on this year in February. That they are spending money defending the naira. Then what is the point of floating it? We are suffering for nothing. This is total what Fela was talking about, suffering and smiling. And we're just suffering and we're not moving anywhere, like a hamster in a wheel. But that is said anyway. I'm just like in terms of the industrialization aspect, this government had it in his power and in his gift. I thought Tinubu was a strong kind of politician whereby if he goes into office, he will have his way and he understands the Machiavellian behavior of international actors. But what I saw him do was somebody that just kowtowing to their needs. As long as they give him office and he's in office comfortable, he doesn't mind to do whatever they want him to do. He should never have. IMF, do you know IMF hardly lies? IMF doesn't lie. If you listen to what everything they are saying, I can't say they are wrong. But the lie is in between the statements and what your leaders are doing. They don't lie openly because if they lie, the whole world is watching them. They can be caught out. And this is why everybody, almost any nation, even in the West, they will tell you, don't listen to IMF. Don't listen to IMF. Anybody will tell you. Because when they are talking, they are basically indicating that they are controlling your leaders. When they see talking about control, they are
you will continue. You will continue. When you say don't listen to IMF, you'll be very careful. Now, if IMF is giving you advice knowing that your leaders are corrupt and they are going to mismanage whatever they give, that is understandable. But when they are giving you those economic policy, they are sound economic policy, but because they know your leaders are corrupt and they use that one to feed their pocket, is totally different. All those economic policy coming from IMF, they are actually sound. They will not give the same economic policy to China because they know.
Yeah, the reason why I hear you on that. I hear what you are saying on that. You are right. That's why I said they don't lie. But the reason why I'm saying you don't even listen to them, because we all know the truth. Every economist knows this truth. And this is what shocks me about Nigeria sometimes, where you see people that have been beaten and intimidated to the point whereby they don't want to tell the truth, especially on the macro level. They always talk on the micro level in terms of when you're looking at it from the point of view within the country. They don't look at it from what is happening to the country from an international point of view. Our economists don't do that. In Nigeria, they don't do that. And because they know if they don't do that, they don't step on any toe. Because all you see Tinubu doing is removing fuel subsidies, doing student loans, tax reform. That's all you see. But they don't see this graph. They don't tell you what's happening to this graph. And this one is more consequential, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it's more consequential. It's the one that brings hurricane and poverty and hardship to our doors. That's why our country, we keep working and working. We keep wondering, why are things not moving forward? Why is it that we are spending $4 billion on our national defense in terms of our military, while in Washington or the UK, that is just chicken change? We can't live like this. We have to demand more, and somebody needs to be focusing on how our nation is performing on an international scale, not within locally how it's performing on an international scale. Because that if you are not watching that dial, you're not going to see the damage that is being done to the country. It's only when you look at this graph that you can see it, and it's at the end of the ledger, isn't it? It's the simplest thing. If I have a property that is worth a certain amount today, if the value reduces, everybody knows it. In the West, we know that parents want to send their children, or they want to live in areas, catchment areas, where the value of the property is higher, for a reason.
You see something, I read out your report. You see one thing is this. Let me explain what is in this report, because don't always follow the sensationalism in the reportage. Now, they said CBN spent 4.1 billion to defend Naira. Let's put in the context. you know, market is driven by demand and supply.
Uh-huh.
So when the demand when the demand is more than supply, what happens? The cost goes up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what CBN did was not to peg naira. It wasn't to subsidize forex. It was then just to boost supply so that speculators will have nothing to hide under their pillow and jag the price up. So because you see this, that's why I say sometimes people should understand the basic principle of economics before you allow all this.
What are you saying? That they are not spending? They didn't spend that money?
No, get the point. How was the money spent? Was it spent to peg dollars, or was it spent to boost supply? So they spend the
It's
money to
boost.
boost
It is
supply.
boost.
Hold on. So it's different from where they peg naira to 750 and they release that. No, it's different from when government release money at 750 naira to a dollar to the market, and when you release the money to boost supply so that people that wanted to create artificial scarcity, it become unfashionable for them to create artificial scarcity. Because the best way to reduce
Yeah, but hold on. What you are doing is trying to look at it from the other point of view. They serve the same purpose to
it
keep.
doesn't serve the same purpose.
Hold on. You said it yourself, to prevent those people from creating scarcity that will increase the value, decrease the value of the naira. So it serves the same purpose to stabilize the value of the naira.
Oh no. Just no. Two things. Get it right.
Oh God. You can't contradict yourself. You can't get your. You can't
No,
eat your cake and
Naija,
have it.
hold on. I know you are doing MBA. Probably you are doing macroeconomics, and you now think you are an economist all of it.
I'm not an economist. I'm not doing
now, hold
MBA
on now.
even.
Now, hold on now. Let me explain the principle to you now. This is the principle. Before, government pegged it at $750 to a naira. As a naira to a dollar. So when government is selling to the market, they were selling at 750. Some crook will now take the money out and go and sell for 1,000, creating arbitrage. Right. So as a free market now, some people with enough money, they can look at the forest in the market and mop it up so that the price will go up.
Is that not the kind of creating arbitrage?
Wait now.
That's not what they are trying to do. Increase the value so that they can go and sell it later.
Hold on. Listen.
Okay.
Now, some now trying to mop it up. Government say, okay, keep mopping it up. We keep making sure we are going to sell enough to make sure we discourage you from mopping up. It's different than when you are begging. So some
when
people
you're
are
begging,
mopping
what do
it
you
up.
do? Hold on now. Let me ask you. When you're begging, what do you do?
Hold on. Are you saying government cannot sell forex?
Oh no, you just said it now. When you said it, now tell me what pegging involves. Tell me.
I don't
tell me what, because you're just going to find yourself describing the same patterns.
Pegging,
tell me what pegging involves.
Hold on. Pegging simply means that if you go to CBN now, you are going to get it at that pegging rate. 750,
yes.
no more than that. Right?
So why is that a problem?
Wait. It's a problem because you send that money to the market at 750. People mop it up. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they use the instrument of the government and the bank that you see, they mop it up and create that scarcity. Now, because they have that huge capacity, they create that arbitrage and they start selling to you at a wider gap. They mop up at 750.
So
now they be selling to you.
Now let me highlight the terms you've used. They mop it up, they create scarcity. You use that in the same other description of what they were doing now. That's the essential ingredient that means that the government have to spend money to ensure the currency is stabilized.
You are not getting it. You are not getting it. At 750, government is losing money. That's the difference. Probably government at 750.
But the government is losing money if they have to put money in there. They are spending their hard-earned dollars and putting it in there and getting naira. That's what they were doing before.
It's totally different.
It's the same thing. They are giving away dollars and getting naira for it.
It's not the same thing, guy. It's not the same
Okay,
thing.
okay. Maybe it looks
not the
like I
same
will
thing.
sell you something. Oh, I have to.
It's not the same thing.
I have to find an angle where I can sell you something because that's how I'm approaching it. Because
No,
this lady,
I know exactly what I'm saying. If you don't understand it, say you don't understand it. Simple. It's not a
see,
big deal.
Adedeji is saying that floating in naira they cannot do vice versa. They are doing it. Do you even have the evidence? I'm just showing you on the screen here. Are you seeing it? They are spending money to defend the naira. Do you know that there was a time even under Buhari they were not even spending up to this amount to defend the naira? There was a time under his government that they were not spending up to this amount. That they had to pass a policy, and our Nigerian people have to suffer through all this period. You know, if you evaluate job losses and every other thing, the Nigerian economy lost within 2 years $60 billion. So every year we're losing $30 billion because of this policy. What is the gain? And you're still spending money again to defend it on top of that. In the entire thing, I feel like when I watch that graph, Nigerian governments, they time after time, when they see the country is trying to move forward, they set it back. I don't know what kind of mumu that is. So I don't know. The mumu, he wear trouser in such a way that doesn't make sense. Look at our GDP in 1998. It is $218 billion in 1998. Only to come back to 2024 to get to $187 billion. How? And our population has more than doubled. What kind of people are those that run their country like that? I will keep excusing these politicians for what they are doing to the country. But all I can do is watch on the macro level, at this level anyway.
No, see, to Nigeria, the thing is this: when you don't understand something, someone is trying to, because I explained to you now that I was even expecting you to go and use your ChatGPT or DeepSeek to go and do your analogy.
You see, I'm gonna show you a graph of the UK and see whether it does anything like this.
Don't jump. Let's stay with this thing we are talking about. You just jump here. You are not confusing me. You are confusing
Go ahead, jump.
You are not convincing me. You are confusing yourself because you are even missing the real principle. You are not just getting it. You understand? I'm telling you that okay, you are talking that okay, other countries now, you are saying other countries they do what language did you use the other time? You call it manage, you just say manage float, Abby. Is that what you were using the other time?
No, I think countries can either do controlled depreciation, or if you want to peg your currency, or you do managed float, and a proper managed float whereby you do a lot of exports. Because if you want to do almost every country is doing a form of managed float.
What is managed float? What is managed float?
Managed float is a gentle intervention in the market to shore up the value of the currency, so that your bonds and your loans and everything can be managed accordingly.
So are you losing money? Is the government losing money when they do money float?
They lose money sometimes, and other times they don't, depending on the nature of the currency, the economy. I mean, like I said, if the economy is doing a lot of exports, they barely need to intervene. If anything, they do something to reduce the value of the currency. They deliberately want to reduce the value of the currency. But in other words, hurting the dollars. They will have excess dollars. They will hide it, so that the value of the currency can depreciate. That's what China is doing. That's why America is losing it on the like. Why are you hiding the dollar so that the country can depreciate and your currency can depreciate? We don't need that. We need your currency to go up. Come on, let the dollar out. That's the name of the game. But what you are describing that other countries do that helps them, like China. China doesn't depreciate its currency by 50%. It's calibrating it according to what is good for their people. 10% here and there, 5% here and there, that's it. Not 50% overnight.
Okay.
Or 3 times over in the case of Nigeria.
Okay, let me tell you, let me bust your exaggeration. Now, when Nigeria peg money, you understand, that's what it gave room for arbitrage. You peg it at 400, but they are selling at 750, right? Just because you are the one that peg it at 400, but You never achieve that 400 in the market. So they were selling for.
I cannot hear you. Why can't I hear you?
Can you hear me now?
That's odd. Because I can see the mic moving sometimes.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear anything. Oh, what's going on? Is it me?
Let me see.
Can anyone hear him?
Well, I can hear Ola clearly, but
okay. So what you are missing? Can you hear me now? I really want to Nigeria to hear this thing, to be honest, because it's confusing himself. I think you've done so much of ChatGPT sometimes, and you are now making some presentation there. So Nigeria, try. Maybe do you want to go out and come back? I can always wait for you.
Sorry, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay. See, what I want you to understand is this: when we peg dollars at 400, you understand? Then what you want is that you say official rate is 400 and people are selling for 750. That's a clear loss of 350 to the economy. You understand? Now, within that situation, the government is not gaining anything, whether our reserve, everything, because people can actually mop up at that amount and get extra, right? And adding to that problem is this: we are losing those forex to importation of unnecessary things. You understand? There are layers to the level of losses now to the economy. Number one, government is losing the value really. Then by our behavior of importing, the economy is losing from different perspectives in job creation, in creating a local value, all those stuff. We're losing. So it's a complex thing, but let's just keep it at that.
No, I hear what you're saying. See, let me explain it even further.
No, you let me even land before you explain further.
Okay, you've not landed. I thought you've landed. Go ahead.
Now, when you float this thing now, that means that you are no longer pegging, you let that inflow. You understand? The floating is going to hit on a lot of things. It's going to affect your household income. You understand? It's going to affect your household income that will discourage you from even going to that foreign. You understand, to import. That's a gain to the economy because you now look for alternative locally now. You know, you used to enjoy your foreign thing, you lose, and you now look locally. Looking inward alone is a gain because you are looking at that monetary value alone, but you have to look at other economic activities. So this thing is just like chain reaction. It's not linear the way you are looking at. Okay, before you used to order Indomie from overseas before that prepared, and Nigeria is selling dollar to you at 400. Meanwhile, it's good for 750 in the market. So because you have enough money now to spend to buy other foreign goods, now you are now importing at the expense of Indomie sellers in Nigeria to generate another job for those people, for them to earn and to spend within the market. But you are taking the money overseas. That's one layer of that loss.
Let me step in before you make too many points. If you make too many points, I can't deal with even every single one of them.
Because you were expanding. Okay, let me just round up now. But when you float now, the advantage of you making 350 by ordering is now eliminated. So this is where managed floating arm comes in. When the crooks in the market are beginning to mop up the money, government will say, okay, I have this money in my reserve. From my reserve, I'm going to take this money out and sell at the market rates that we now establish the new equilibrium for the market rate now. If it is let's say 1,500. But people that were mopping the money, they were looking at, okay, let us mop this money so that the thing will go to 200. Government is saying no. This established equilibrium at 1,500 that we are, that some crook want to. For a while, I will send 4 billion there to give them a warning that I'm not going to allow you to cause a shift in this equilibrium to something else. I will release that money as a means of alternative forgone. Maybe that money was supposed to go for, let's say, road construction for that time, but you want to send a warning to those schools that I'm not going to allow this. That is where you are spending that money from. It's different from when you beg. So you send that for 4 billion at that time, and the crooks in the market will now get the message. Okay, it's like this government now will. They are no longer going to allow us to this thing, so that over time, all those crooks, they will just relax, because they already know that anytime they want to create speculation, they want to cause that arbitrage official, they want to jack that thing up by mopping up, that government is going to spoil everything for them. They would rather stay, because the more government release that money to that market, the price can crash. So all those people hoarding, they will just allow the money to go. That is what you see there. Government is not losing that 350, but they were selling to the market. The money that we are defending, they were selling to the market at what's supposed to be the market rate, compared to what the crooks in the market want it to be.
Good.
That's
You are saying that they are selling to the people what's supposed to be the market rate. The market rate under Buhari after the arbitrage is around 700 and something, but within a year or so, it was 1,500 under the current president. That's the market rate for both. So it tells you that something happened to his own market rate that got it out of control. And secondly, the fact that even at that rate, he still had to intervene with our foreign exchange tells you that the policy had no end. If he had left it, the market would keep spiraling out of control and Naira would be 2,500. The reason why he had to step in is to stop that from happening, because he knows that people will not take it. That there's only a point at which you would turn a country upside down. And I don't even know how he got away with this one. To turn a country upside down and still stand there. So my point is that based on their actions so far, you can see like the arbitrage that you're talking about. If they took $300 out of every $1, those $300 is coming to Nigerians. Remember, it's not to foreigners, and it depends on what they use that $300 for, which is a shame, because many of our people, when they get that dollar, they use to go and build properties overseas, send their children overseas to go to school. We spend billion overseas. If they were using to build in the country, that problem will be self-healing. It will heal the country back, because you are spending the money within the country. You see what I mean? So the damage, but what is happening now, the money transfer has gone overseas. This is what I call, that's why I changed it to
Tinaja, can you hear me now? Can you hear me, Tinaja?
Yeah, just hold on, let me finish my point. It's 10 seconds. This is why I called it the ultimate round tripping, because before the round tripping was within Nigerians, but the round tripping that is going on now is internationally based and not us anymore. They are getting the benefit directly. Please go ahead.
Okay, you said it before, not today, but previously. So you're everywhere. I mean, your last submission, I accept what you just said. The conclusion of your argument, but you said, okay, they removed the arbitrage in the currency, and defending the naira with, I don't know how much a year. Well, is it $20 billion a year? Right. But in terms of the economic activities, right, where the country lost over $60 billion. I think that's what you said. Is that right?
Yes, over 2 years we've lost about $60 billion at least.
Over 2 years, okay. So to you, removing the arbitrage was a bad idea. Is that what you? That's always been your argument anyway. It's a bad idea. We should have continued it because we were, the country was losing money. But you just said it right now. That all those so-called savings from the arbitrage or for defending the currency were used to build houses overseas and send their children to foreign schools. When they mop up all these dollars. So to whose benefit? How's the country, Nigeria, benefited from this so-called arbitrage that is defending the currency that you're so much in support of?
No, my point is that the point I was making was that first, the money belonged to Nigerians from the arbitrage. And besides, I wasn't even arguing for the maintenance of the arbitrage. I was saying that it was an administrative problem and sometimes part of a policy problem than the problem that just exists. We act as if we cannot do anything about it. Yes, we can. Tinubu came into office and banned all this Bureau de change. He would have had the same problem if he didn't do it. He banned them from making profits. He said they can make only 1% profit on any money they sell. Because he knew if he didn't pass that law, the currency will be looking at maybe 5,000 naira to $1 right now. Because the issue wasn't about it wasn't about the what am I trying to say even? It wasn't that our currency is just without a limit in terms of depreciation. It's because he didn't manage it. Buhari didn't manage it because it was his tribesmen that were doing money exchange and getting most of the benefit from the arbitrage. So he didn't do anything about it. But at least Tinubu did something about it. But to do something about it, he made us pay a bigger price that you can see on the screen. So it's an administrative problem. They refuse to solve the problem. Even the fuel subsidy that they have to remove. Part of the reason why they have to remove it was because the amount we keep consuming on petroleum seems to be increasing. Why the population is not increasing in commensurate terms? Because people were using it to go and sell petroleum all over on Africa. Some of them even selling the petroleum overseas, making a lot of money. Instead of you as a government to govern and stop people from being corrupt, you went and took the whole thing off so that everybody can pay for it, which is fine. I said, fine. If you want to do that,
okay, now you're trying to straddle. So at what point in time, I mean, what were you expecting Tinubu to do? I mean, you want a soft landing at the same time you want him to do the right thing. So it took away the arbitrage. It took away the arbitrage, and you still blaming him. And you just said it that Buhari didn't do anything. Just like I said earlier, that as a leader, Buhari did not know. He had zero clue about what was going on in that country. He never made his own decision by himself because he had no initiative. And you kind of just put it there right now. So now
it's a fact. It's a fact. He didn't do anything about that arbitrage, and because
the arbitrage and everything else. That's my point. With the arbitrage and everything else, Buhari did not do anything. Okay, he had no clue. So
he did something. He tried to indigenize agriculture in Nigeria. To an extent, he succeeded. I bought Nigerian-made rice when I was in Nigeria, so I know. To an extent, he did well on that one. I think Tinubu almost sabotaged it by flooding the Nigerian market with foreign rice again. So some of all these things, Buhari has some good ideas, but it is true. Leaders have weaknesses. They are bases. They don't like to offend their bases. And I think because Buhari saw that most of his base are the people that are doing this arbitrage, most of the Bureau de change and exchange is mostly northerners that are involved in it. So he didn't do anything about it. But Tinubu came in and did something about it. He had to, because if he didn't do it, we're going to be looking for at 5,000 naira to $1 now. He had to. So it's a governance problem. Our leaders, instead of them to govern, they pretend as if it's a problem that they need to solve by making people suffer even more. I don't get that. And I really think that people should be seeing the game that is being played. Because how is Tinubu able to pass the law now? Why did Buhari not pass the law? That's the question we should be asking. What stopped him from passing the law?
You see, again, you're not buying it. Buhari did not have a clue about anything. Everything he did was what
he had a clue. Those are his countrymen. He didn't want to do anything against his own people. This is what our people do. Our leaders do this all the time. He is biased because he thought it was a northerners that are doing all this exchange and the arbitrage. Why would he want to sabotage them?
If that was the case, actually, then I would understand actually. But me, I'm still maintaining my position about Buhari. That man
so you're willing to understand if he's being tribal. You are willing to understand if he's being tribal. No, he shouldn't even understand it. He should be angry about that because he should have done what is right for the country, not leaving it for. And he gave Tinubu the reason and the excuse to do what he did now. Float the currency, because they will say, oh, this is the currency, the policy that is going to solve the problem. But clearly he didn't solve the problem, he just made it worse. Why is it that when he floated the currency, the value went even beyond the black market rate? He went double to the black market rate. And even with the doubling of the black market rate, he still had to defend it. It tells you that the forces that are driving our devaluation of our currency is not something that you allow to go out of control. It's a wild wind. They will destroy your economy if you let them go the way they want to go. We as a country, they don't have the resources to be able to be sponsoring too much foreign exchange. We should live within our means. If I was in the Nigerian government, I would tell you, if you want to get dollar, go foreign country, go and get your dollar and bring in. Don't keep asking me for dollar. The only money I will spend for get computing resources for Nigeria, get equipment for the military, get for maybe healthcare. Very, very few things. Anything we can manufacture in Nigeria, screw you. I'm not giving you money. Go and get your own money and get the foreign currency. I don't have money. As a parent, you do that. If you are in a house, your children keep asking for stuff you can't afford, you tell them, no, I can't afford it. Maybe wait a year or two. But our government, we don't do that. We pretend as if the dollar just makes itself valuable by itself. It doesn't do it by itself. It's the people, the government that enable it to happen. You can choose. You can even decide that the Nigerian currency is going to go back to 500 this naira to $1. But there will be pain. You tell them, if you want dollar, go and get your own. I'm not giving you. The dollar I have is the one I'm going to give to you. And that kind of pain, I think that pain is even worth it, because we are not doing a lot of exports. So why are we busy increasing, letting the dollar this value increase against our currency? If we're doing a lot of exports, fine. And petroleum is almost immune to it anyway. So Dangote refinery being there, it makes no difference. So that's how I see it. And then you see Pengasing come along, want to come and sabotage a privately owned business. It's like, where does it end in Nigeria? Dangote right now, I think the guy is probably willing to bring Indians into that company to come and work instead of Nigerians. And I won't blame him. I won't blame him.
Did you not do it? He actually did it, actually. You know,
and I don't blame him. I don't blame him because Nigerians are saboteurs. They're crazy. You just give them a little bit of money, they go and sabotage your country. Their own country, they will sabotage it. Hold
on. To Nigeria, don't let it sound like the Indians themselves or India itself, they don't have problems. They have a plethora of problems in that country also, in India. They have a high poverty rate also. So, but
they have more ethical behavior.
Dangote, working with the government, could have found a way to train Nigerian workers to help build a refinery.
Let me ask you one question only. Do you think between Nigeria and India, which ones are more ethical?
Which one is more what?
Ethical, that have higher ethical standards.
I don't know.
Exactly. But you see, the fact that you don't know, you are choosing to say you don't know, you've already answered the question. You see, the point is that you know full well, many of these people are more ethical. They, especially in work environment, they tend to even be more moral. They don't do some of the things we do in work environments. And our people are willing to take money from anybody, NGOs, foreigners, to sabotage their own this country. If I was President Tinubu, I would say
I like to look at people like I like to look at people in their own environment. I like to know how Indian workers perform in India, right? And relative to the Nigerian workers. When people work outside of the country, that's a different ball game actually. So if you want to ask me, Indians working in UK or America, they seem to be hard workers. Employers like them a lot because they do work hard, but that's not the entirety of the Indian population or Indians in general.
Prince Daddy, I can really answer that one. Let me tell you something. If you want to start a business today in Nigeria, if you establish your business, if you hire Indian to manage it for you, your business is more likely to grow, and you make it there, your business there in the next 5 years without anybody running you down. If you hire Nigeria, immediately you employ them, they will forget that they didn't have job yesterday. They start complaining, look at what they are paying me. You small low. So I have reason to steal your money and run your money.
That's exactly what I experienced. This is so true. So let me add one more to the Nigerian dynamics. Even when you pay them more, to them, that is just a stepping stone to the higher one. They don't see any difference. They will still be ungrateful and still want more, and they will still sabotage your business. Do you know? I was in Nigeria. I'm selling goods for somebody. I'm selling goods to somebody in Nigeria. Their person would send his worker to come and buy the goods from me, and they will always add money on top of it. I was like, does he not pay you? I know he pays you, but you keep adding money on top of it every single time. Do you know the employer wants to buy something from China? He added money on top of it and said, I should go and intercept the money to send it to him. I'm telling you, Nigerians, oh my God. I don't know, man. Our behavior, we really need to ask ourselves what some of this we do. That all the way to China, you added something on top of it. You know you cannot dodge it. Then you tell the Chinese people to send it through PayPal to some other person so that they can get it to you. That is how diabolical they are. Man, our behavior, man, God will forgive us. I tell you, our ethics and our morals. God help us.
You see what is happening at Dangote is this. There are a lot of variables there that does not really make sense. You see, the union we are talking about now, when you look at the issue of the UK and all those stuff, why even in the United States, why is it that the cost of production went up in all those areas? Number one, the union too, in some cases they contributed to all those stuff. And when your cost of production goes up, definitely your good becomes so expensive to to consume. So what you'll be looking as a production facility or as a producer, you'll be looking for where the labor will be cheaper. So the union too, they finish the industries, or let me say manufacturing in Europe and probably in America. When I say manufacturing, I'm just talking of the commodities. Now, that of Dangote preferring to hire India to Nigeria, I think it may be exaggerated sometimes. Now, Indians, we know that they have these skills. They have when you are talking of the type of skill, they have expertise in this building refineries. And Nigeria, those people we were supposed to be the ones that are work with our government refinery, all those stuff. But fortunately, those are not working. So when you see Dangote refinery, those people that build refinery, I think most of them were from India and some Nigeria. You understand? So that expertise and that skill transfer, it's not what you can just do within a year. It's going to take a very long time to do that. So now, as a manufacturer,
how long does it take to transfer skills on how to? If you get the right brains, within a year or so, you should be able to transfer most of the skills.
I hear you. Dangote took over. I think it took more than 1,000 Nigerians to India to train there for more than a year. If you don't know,
you see, so that's more than good enough.
Wait now, don't just say that. So it took them to that place to train them for more than a year. So the thing is this: experience in something like that, because there's one thing, there's aspect of training, and there's another thing for building your experience over years. You understand? You are not going to have experience of learning something, experience within a year, and I'm going to hand over a $20 billion facility to you. No, it's not going to happen. See, I was trained as a technician too. We were supposed to go to Germany. You understand? They denied us visa at that time, but they brought the trainers down to Nigeria. You understand? To train us. Even at that little machine we were dealing with, you understand? It still took us more than 2-3 years for us to even have the full details. You understand? Because it included both software and the hardware component of it. We were selling to the banks and we're automating banking.
3-4 years. You guys are low now.
You can run your mouth. You can run your mouth. Just kidding.
What kind of machine take you 3-4 years to learn?
Because you don't, because you are only looking at that machine alone. Now you think, because what you
did it take you 6 months to say, oh my God, what is it? Is it a box or a machine? Did it take 6 months to do that? How long does it take to learn the machine? You are a graduate in Nigeria. Today, even today, sorry to say, today I had a conversation with somebody and I mentioned solid state drive to them. This is a graduate in computing. Didn't know about it. I was shocked. I was like, you are in computing. This is your field. And you don't know what solid state drive is.
Sure, you will listen to me. Sure, you will listen to me.
I feel like you are one of those people. You're looking at the box.
Yeah, I'm one of them. Thank you.
What is going on? I'm sure Prince Daddy was there with you.
You know one thing about some of us that have technical background is this. You understand? Only the stupid one will see himself as as absolute experts that you don't need to learn. You forget
Well, I'm
that the
saying you can
environment.
learn, but 3 years. That's
Oh,
university degree
no.
now.
Ṣé wàá farabalẹ̀? Ṣé wàá farabalẹ̀?
Go ahead.
You understand? I was dealing with automated teller machine for you to know. Now, normally, okay, you want to replace car dispenser, you want to replace car reader, all those stuff. That's not what we are talking about, man. You are integrating with over 28 banks. You understand? Even as at that time said, we've not even consolidated in Nigeria, we even had more than 80 banks. Now, you are going to bank A, they are using Phoenix, that's the banking application. You are going to bank B, they are using Equinox. You are going to bank C, they are using Banker IT. You are going to bank 4, they are using Finaco. So then you see different bank with different softwares, so that you have to work with that machine, because after all, you are dealing with financial ISO. You have to build bridge to communicate between all those between what the infrastructure you have on ground and your banking host. So you think you just go there, you just install a plug and play. It doesn't work that way. That's why sometimes
I thought you were saying that to train
guy, just hold it there. You've had your day. You are now behaving. You are behaving like Rufai.
No, I thought you were saying that you were training for. Let me talk now. I thought you were training for 4 years to learn how to use the machine.
Did you ask question? That is why.
I did ask a question. I said, "Is it 4 years for training?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Why are you training for 4 years?"
Just hold your peace. Hold your peace there now. You are behaving like Rufai. That you are talking to someone, an expert in construction field. Just because you see all road, you think all road are the same thing. That is exactly what you are doing. Let me tell you one.
No.
In Dangote Refinery, hold on. In Dangote Refinery, there will be a lot of software too. This is we're talking of a smart.
Okay, what is the name of the software you have to create to make it compatible with all the machines? Answer me now. Let me answer you. What is the name of this kind of software that you have to create to make all those banks applications compatible with that machine? What is the name of the software called? Type of software.
You can argue a lot. Just hold on and listen to me.
Today you are still struggling. You still haven't passed, have you?
I am not struggling, but you are just embed arguing.